the extent that people are saying, well, the tower is going to devalue our property, that's not the issue before you. It's really not, because we can put a tower there. To the extent that people don't like that, that decision was made back when the ordinance was adopted, whenever it was. That ship has sailed. We are seeking dimensional variances, a monopole instead of a mast, etc. I'm not going to get into variance criteria again, other than to say those variances are not going to affect property values. They're really not, in our opinion. The other thing I would say is a chance to look at the Alabama study. As I said in my paper, and I think with it, that's not a real estate appraisal. It's an academic paper designed to test a hypothesis. It's in a urban setting. It had mentioned that study that had no relevance, in my opinion, to Madison. And that reason I don't think it can be considered. And I would also note, I like to think I'm a pretty educated guy. I've been dealing with these matters for decades. I couldn't understand that large portions of that Alabama study. When they got methodology, there was page after page of mathematical equations. I was lost. And I think a fair statement to say that that report or that paper should not be considered here in terms of whether there's going to be a diminution of property values based on the variance we are seeking. So, having said that, Mr. Chair, as I said, I'm going to be brief and wrap it up unless you have questions for me.
Yeah, we do have a couple of questions. You mentioned last time you were going to attempt a canopy height measurement. I'm curious if that took place, and would you clarify again the height that you, was it 135 feet or 130
We are
feet?
seeking 130 feet.
130. And you make a calculation of the...
I apologize if I didn't submit this. Do have a photograph of the area in question. We've noted the top of the trees. There are trees between 100 and high, but obviously not many at height. And I think that the canopy obviously is below that. Based on the average tree height as defined in your ordinance, tree height is 20 feet, excuse me, the average of trees over 20 feet high within the fall zone area. And that's what we're seeking a variance. So I'm happy to submit this picture. I apologize, I sort of overlooked this request, if you will.
Okay, so just so we can put some numbers on it, the listing there is 109 feet. 103. So if the canopy is slightly below that, and I'm not suggesting this is precise. Right. If we went with 100 feet for the canopy height, which is high, and you're asking for a tower height of 130, right, then we're asking for a variance minimum of 20 feet beyond what the ordinance.
I think that's probably correct.
So the variance minimum of 20 feet, and maybe, like you say, if they consider the height is going to be lower than that, we'll just say if we calculated it'd be 75, 80 feet, then we were talking somewhere between a minimum of, let's see, how do we say that? Third plus 20, so we're talking something like something between 20 and 40 feet is what the variance
Somewhere, yep.
somewhere in that area. So okay, so that helps us understand what we're asking for. So that's beyond the 10 feet, which is allowed. So that's assuming going from 100 feet or 80 feet without a precise measure. The other question is, did you do anything to assess the effect on coverage by lowering your tower? In other words, will that affect coverage on 153 at all?
At 130,
yeah.
We believe that the coverage will reach the street, the road, from 130. We.
You have something that shows that?
I do not have plots at that height.
Okay. And do you have? You mentioned. Well, okay, potentially 4 carriers. You'd mentioned Verizon. Do you have anything from anybody that a letter of interest, letter of commitment, or contract? Is there anything?
At this time, no.
Okay.
And I would note, I mean, build the tower structurally at 130 to still support 4 carriers, but you need 10 feet of separation between
Right.
center line and center line. So if the center line of the top is at 125, you're talking 115, 105, and the bottom slot is 95.
Yeah.
And that's not very high.
No.
I mean, it's really not.
Not very appealing.
Well, the coverage is going to be, I think, compromised at that level. No. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. We do not have a written commitment at this time.
So currently you have no written commitment from any carriers?
No.
Okay.
It's speculation, but we believe that it's going to be of interest to carriers, given the location, given the gap in coverage, given the ski area, etc.
And is there any room on the tower, say the town or municipality or state 911 type communications in addition to this, or would that be one of the carriers?
Yes. No, I think we committed to providing a slot for municipal emergency responders. I think Vic would tell you that's usually at the top, very top, but they can put their antennas above, assuming the town will allow it. They usually have whip antenna. So those aren't the panel antennas that the carrier use. It's like a whip, sort of, as they say. We have committed to that spot. That presumably would be at the top. But that would not be one of the 4 slots that we're talking about.
Any other questions on the board? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so at this point, what we probably will do is give the board one last chance to ask a question. No. Okay. Then, like I said, we move right ahead along this thing. So, what can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing? Sharon, motion. Move. Doug, second. What's that? You already elevated it. All right. Formally, I need Jennifer just remind me that she's technically an alternate, so even though she's sat as a voting member on the board before formally tonight, I'm going to raise so we have a 5-member board. So the voting members are Doug, Jennifer, Sharon, myself, and George. For the record, we have one alt in the audience. I don't want to take any public testimony tonight. 3 meetings where we've had plenty of opportunity to have public testimony. Is there any reason I can do that? No. Okay. Okay. So we have a motion to close the public hearing.
seconded.
And seconded. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, so the public hearing is closed. This is a meeting, which means you're all more than welcome to stay as long as you want, listen, but we will take no more testimony from the public. In the event that the board needs information, we will reopen the public hearing, but it's unlikely. So, okay, so what I want to do now is I want to review findings, facts that are relevant. I will make an outline statement and ask the board for additions, deletions, et cetera, et cetera. So those things which are most relevant to our discussion, I'm just going to make this point, is that we have evidence that that the tower which is applied for meets the FCC standards of for RF radiation. In fact, its maximum power output is only 14% of the maximum permissible exposure level. So that's finding of fact one. So there, from the perspective of public health and safety, it meets the requirement. From the perspective of coverage, point one I'm going to suggest is that the coverage gap in existing cell phone service extends approximately 7 miles. Can you still hear me? Is that okay? Approximately 7 miles from the southern point of where the existing coverage in Conway begins on 153, that extends to about 1,000 feet south of the Burnt Meadows stables on 153. That's the gap in coverage. The cell tower that's proposed will cover about 3.25 miles of that, so that we have an estimate of what we have there. The entire length route point where we exist applications for cell towers of 11 mile stretch, including cells coverage currently, and like the GMR tower covers 3.2 miles of that. So that's just an overview of the coverage issues. So it's, I should put that in terms of findings of fact. We make that two findings of fact. One is the 11 miles. And, second fact is the 3.25 miles. Those items come from the that were submitted by certifications and independent air IDK. We also have the finding of fact that GMR has offered to lower the height of the tower to 130 feet. This is a consideration with respect to aesthetics. The canopy height we estimated to be something between 80 and 100 feet, and that's unmeasured. That'll be our fifth finding of fact, which means the variance request is for anywhere from 50 to 30 feet. Is that right? It's from 40, hold it, 20 to 40 feet, yes. Allowing for the 10 feet that they're allowed by the zoning ordinance. A sixth finding of fact. By the way, board, are there any additions or corrections to these points thus far? Doug, okay. George, good. Okay. reading from my notes that we've taken over the meetings. There was a balloon test done on February 25th by a company called Dewberry, with balloons at 150 feet, 130 feet, and 170 feet. Photographic report was made, which showed the visibility of the balloons from a variety of different locations, which showed that from several locations, for example, on 153, the top of the tower would be visible. Whether we'll assess that differently, but just as a finding of fact, the top of the tower was visible from numerous locations on the ground. Go ahead. At all, well, okay, 150 and 170. Okay, so continuing on issues that have applicant has from manufacturers backup generators that demonstrate that the decibel of the generators operating at full power would be individually about 70 decibels, which is a little higher than normal voice, as probably, if you're close to the speaker, probably approximately what you have there at 25 feet, which is the distance to the fence. So with all the generators operating, the decibel level would be something like 73 or 74. So there's evidence that there is noise, but it's not excessively obtrusive. The applicant submitted material showing property values in two specific neighborhoods, Freiburg, Maine, and Londonderry, New Hampshire. Submitted by property assessor who indicated, based on an analysis of recent sales and opinions of various other assessors and real estate agents, there was no change in property values as a result of the existence of a cell phone tower in close proximity. We also have the study from Professor Afuso in the University of Southern Alabama, which studied all of the sales for Mobile, Alabama over a 17-year period, which showed that homes within 2,400 feet of a cell tower experienced property loss of 2.7%, and up to just short of 10% for homes that were with the site cell tower. And most of that's along Fox Road. Almost all homes in the Kington Road area are within the 2,400 foot radius. Okay. Now, with respect to the material that's been submitted, several people suggesting, Colton Dow suggested there are certain could provide some coverage. Another Madison resident, if I'm correct, and bundling these Colton Dow submitted a material suggesting existing structures, and Mr. Benton suggested that he could use his property with similar effect. And a separate thing, we received a letter from Dr. Chamberlain, the professor emeritus of electrical engineering and former chair of the department, is also familiar with Aaron, who stated the proposal does not make sense in terms of providing the desired coverage, giving topography of the region. So we have various testimony regarding the suitability of the particular location for maximizing the coverage. So finding the planning board act on this, and whether first or the zoning board acts first is a matter of some discussion, but the reality is that at this point the planning board returned a findings assessed application so that the ZB have a definitive answer to whether or not Kate, is there an application? No, there's no application from the at the planning. Okay, there's no current application before the planning board. This is a matter of process. That's not a mistake. It's just a matter of process. No current application before the planning board. The implication is we don't have clear direction as to whether the planning board thinks this is the most feasible location. Okay, those are our preliminary findings of fact. Is there anything else the board wishes to add? Go ahead.
I wrote down that the extent of the cover gap, and I don't think that that's actually included in one of the findings, because finding one was that they submitted the application. Finding two down to the in existing, it doesn't show it goes to the 11 miles. It doesn't speak to the 7 miles, that the gap coverage from our area extends the 7 miles.
Okay, well, let's clarify that. With respect to the coverage gap, in the context, so we do not have any specific guidance on what constitutes adequate or complete coverage for the area. So we asked IDK, was our independent contractor, what coverage exists and how coverage compares between the competing cell phone applications in Freedom and Eden, right? And so the most natural way to compare that is to look at the coverage along Route 153. So the point is the Freedom Tower and the Eaton Tower together cover the entire distance from Route 25 all the way to the existing coverage in southern Conway, which is 11 miles. Some of that in the southern end already has coverage, right? So the section which IDK identified has no coverage at all begins approximately where the GMR tower would have its beginning of its southern coverage. And from that point to the north, where there's no coverage, is 7 miles. Of that 7 miles, 3.25 miles is covered by the GMR application, and the entire 7 miles is covered by Eaton and the Freedom Towers that are there. So that gives you an overview of the coverage gap of 7 miles and how the interplay is between these towers. I'm sorry, we're not in public meeting here. So the reality is that go ahead.
But I do think there's a point to be made that when we asked Attorney Springer what the change in the gap of coverage would be if we lowered tower, we don't have an answer to that. We can presume that it would be I don't know if it's less or larger, because it's a lower tower. It can't necessarily spread out as much.
Well, we can't speak to that, and the reason is because it's not the tower and the senders, but it's also the topography, the land, and a whole series of items, which is why we have an independent contractor. Now, I can say, with respect to the coverage,
so we don't know what effect the lower tower.
We don't know what effect the lower tower. That's right. We don't know, but we can compare the existing calculations, right? The other thing that can be said is that we did ask IDK for a comparison of the coverage in Madison between the GMR application and the coverage in Madison that would be handled by the Freedom Tech. And the short answer there was that he make an arbitrary line on the map in order to make that assessment, and that assessment was a little bit different, but it wasn't that much. Just a second, I do have it in notes here. I can tell you exactly what it was. Just a second. No, this was an area. Just a second. Just a moment. I did write that down, but I don't know if I can find it right now. What were you saying, Jennifer?
I mean, I use it at this tubing park. I sit there, I drive down and use my phone at the tubing park in King Pine at the end of East Madison Road and 153.
Oh, well, what's actually available and what's calculated might vary slightly, but it's true that there's also other coverage being provided at King Pine right now that would presumably be off. Yeah. In any event, there is an overlap. It's quite significant, and there's just a second. I know I wrote this down. Just give me one thing. Well, I'll come back to it. There's a comparison of the well, in any event, if we want to compare the coverage, on the on 153, which is a significant area, like we don't have a criteria for what is effective necessary coverage. If we went out from the fact that we want to cover 153, which is a primary area of public safety, then we do want to do. Oh, I think I know. Okay. I think we've covered those items of our fundamental findings of fact. Does anybody want to add? Doug, you want to add anything to that?
The only question I have is determine whether it's going to be 5G coverage or not.
I don't know that we asked that question, and we're not.
We asked it. Yeah, I'm going to say I think the answer was yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the answer is, so we're going to add that to our. I mean, there was some distinction between the frequencies used, and 5G favored one, as I recall. Is how
Digital coverage rather than just cell service.
oh. Yes, but digital not limited to 5G. Yeah, right. The indication, just for the record, the indication on the IDK thing was that they went from minus, in sections from minus 95 dB and higher as acceptable. And that's the basis he used as comparison, right? So, and that was for digital coverage. He didn't specify whether it was 5G or LTE or anything like that. Do you have any questions regarding that? No? Okay. Okay. So we have that information. Okay, so we have those findings of fact. Then if we will refer to that, then I think we have 5 5 variance requests. So I think what we need to do is look at the individual variances and determine whether any of them, whether all of them are necessary. Okay, variance for the height is the first one. So we determined that based on our estimates that the variance, they're allowed 10 feet. And if we go from a minimum canopy height of 80 feet to 130, that means they need 40 feet of variance, or 50% more than canopy. Fall zone requirement for a variance. There is a property line, and each property line is there, even though the owner is the same. So we probably, your opinions on this, but I think we're probably safer going with granting variance or denying a variance on that point. Okay, so we will consider that variance. The variance for the monopole versus the mast, that is based upon technology that a monopole, which is what's applied for, has external antennas, which allows for a more concentrated series of providers. They can have 4, whereas the mast antenna typically has the arrays mounted vertically, which means they can, in round figures, have half the number of providers. So since they've asked for the monopole, because there's a difference, not just semantically, but actually in the technology, then that variance is also needed. Yeah, no. We might consider whether we want to change the zoning ordinance later to represent modern technology, but for the moment, that variance request is a valid request. Variance for visibility above the ridge line from a public road. Basically, from 153 and other locations, I guess we need to agree on this board. One way to interpret this is that the same level as the tower, or say you're at the same level as the ridge line, and if you're looking out level, will the tower stick above that? That does not appear to be, to my reading, the way that reads. I think that reads that if you're standing on the road and you're looking at the tower, that the ridge line is below it. That's what we saw in the balloon test, that it was visible above the ridge line from the road. Does the board feel like that? Doug, how do you?
I agree.
So, okay, so you agree. So we okay. So we want to entertain this variance. Okay. George, you agree? Okay. Okay, so then we come to the variance for the antenna diameter, and how do we feel about that?
I think we lack clarity on that. Because A, it isn't we're talking about the array.
Yeah.
It's not a diameter. On plan, they have a 3-sided and an equilateral triangle on the array, and then vertical, there are a series of vertical panels. So there are no diameters.
Right.
Actually, in pure, I mean, that's both semantics and reality. So we still don't really know. We know they're 10 foot to center. Mr. Springer clarified that, and they're 5 foot down from the top, so 125, 115,
Yeah.
and so forth. But we still don't really know how long the side of that equilateral triangle, the array being multiple panels.
Okay, so focusing on whether or not the variance request is something we need to consider, or whether we dismiss it as necessary. So how do we handle that? Can you pick up the microphone?
I think the wording makes it clear that it's talking about old technology when it's talking about diameter, which is the old round antennas. Today, the wording would be the width of the array rather than the diameter. So I think it is not irrelevant in this case.
So are we suggesting that we not consider this, we dismiss this variance request because it represents an earlier technology and therefore is not applicable to the current or what?
That's my suggestion. However, on the other side of the coin, we could say that does the diameter refer to now the width of the array? I would get rid of it, but I'm just saying bad cop here.
Comments? George, do you have a feeling?
It's an awkward one because we don't know what the diameter of the new.
Well, we do. We know that they're 18 inches each, and they're approximately 5 feet tall, and you know there's 4 across, and et cetera, et cetera. So we can estimate that pretty reasonably. Point doesn't. It's bigger than 4 feet. But the question is, do you want to consider this as a variance that need to be granted, or do we want to consider the wording of the ordinance to be irrelevant to this kind of application?
I don't know that. I wouldn't say that the wording was irrelevant. What I think is that the wording of the ordinance is a thing to regulate to a certain extent how large an array can be. I think that, so in today's terms, our wording is ambiguous with regard to today. It's probably very relevant when it was written. But in today's standards, what I think our ordinance was trying to get across was that it needed to be reasonably sized for the size of the pole or the mast or whatever it was. And I think we can take a look at this and distinguish, just based on discussion, what we believe that the current array as it was on this is within normal and reasonable size and shape for the type of mast that this currently is. And if that's the fact, if that's the case, then a variance would not be necessary. If we decide that this is over large for what today's masts look like, then yes, a variance from the ordinance would be necessary. Based on ambiguity of our.
Okay, so what I hear you suggesting is that we read the ordinance to say it is that the antenna needs to match the current technology in reasonable size. And this, okay, so then we determine whether or not this antenna is reasonable size and decide whether or not a variance. Any comments on that? Do you think you want to? Okay, so then let's consider, we'll have to take a motion on this. If we wish to dismiss the variance request, then we need to word that because this array meets today's technological standard, is not outside the technological standard of today, therefore meets the requirements of the spirit of the ordinance, no variance required. Okay, so let's formulate that again. All right, so variance for antenna diameter. I'm going to write. Go ahead.
If you look at our current ordinance, it talks about the size of the array outside of the diameter mount. So we're not considering the mount for it, the diameter amount of the hole, basically. And I think that the rest of it really talks about the fact that it shall have no diameter of more than 4 feet. I think that was a reasonable accommodation for the day. So I think that we can use some of that same wording that says, you know, any array placed upon an existing or mount or proposed ground mount or transmission line shall have a diameter or shall have a size and shape proportional to the mount, or exclusive of the mount itself.
Well, we can't rewrite the ordinance here,
No,
but we
no,
can,
but I
but
can
we can
suggest-
justify why we dismiss the variance,
Right.
if that's what we're doing. Okay, so since the ordinance wording reflects an earlier technology, the antenna array presented in the application is consistent with today's practice rather than being oversized. And what?
I think that's a little
Two subject.
being oversized.
Okay, how do you want to say that? Well, okay, we said it. Antenna presented in the application is okay, or is in line. It's a little subjective, but it's in today's practice.
I don't not be subjective because have
Just that we don't have an objective standard because this represents a different thing. So right. So it's the ordinance wording reflects an earlier technology, and the antenna presented in this application
is in line with current technology.
is in line with current practice. No variance is required. Okay, so I'll read that again and you can adjust that. Okay. Well, okay, let me move that we say this and then you can in the discussion change the wording. Okay. Since the ordinance wording reflects an earlier technology, the antenna presented in this application and the antenna presented in the application is in line with current practice. Variance is required. So moved. Second?
Second.
Okay, Sharon, second. Moved. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, so we will dismiss the fifth request for variance, and now we will proceed to assess the other four variances according to the 5 criteria. Just for information for the public who may not be aware of the process here, we have a requirement to assess all variances consistently across 5 specific criteria. In the process, we may add findings of fact that we feel, but the findings of fact are the basis for our assessment. And in order for a variance to be granted, it must meet all 5 criteria. So, all right. So we will begin with the variance request for just a minute. Let me pull up my. Now I'm gonna. Just a minute. I have some notes here to assist us. It's just a matter of process. I'm going to suggest wording as, one pro and one con, because at the moment we're in neutral position. So I'm going to suggest wording goes each way, and then the board we will argue based on the findings of fact which we fall out on. We are not voting on each individual criteria. As we have that discussion, board members may obviously disagree with one another on the interpretation of that, but as I go through that, I ask each of you to do in your own mind whether or not you think this meets the criteria. If at the end of the discussion of 5 criteria criteria you find that they have met all of the criteria, then you can vote yes on the motion to grant the ordinance as we write at that point, and or vote no, write it to deny the ordinance and so forth. So, okay, so, righty. So the first criteria. So the first ordinance is on the tower height. So they've asked for, we're just going to call it 40 feet of variance, which is 50% more than the canopy height. As they want to go to 130 feet, that is 50 feet above the. So the question is, does just a minute. Okay, so the first criteria is the variance. We count the first two together usually. The variance will not be counted the public interest. And the second criteria is the spirit of the ordinance will be observed, which answers, both 1 and 2 together. Okay, so it's probably good if we read the spirit of the ordinance. You have that it's available. Can you read 1.1?
Pages are sticking.
Purpose, yeah.
1.1 Purpose. This ordinance and its regulations as herein set forth are for the purpose of promoting public health, safety, general welfare, and the natural beauty of the environment, which provides the primary basis for the unique character of the town area and its residents. It also regulates the conservation of natural resources, stabilizing the value of the land and its improvements within the town, and encouraging uses that are in harmony visually and aesthetically with living in accordance with the provisions of RSA Chapter 674, Section 16 to 21. This zoning ordinance, by application and provision of state law, seeks to protect existing property owners against a new use nearby which may be incompatible or undesirable, and also damaging to existing owners of property by lowering its desirability and value. All present uses may continue.
Okay, so that's the spirit of the ordinance. So here's a suggested wording. We just read that. In order to violate this standard, it must violate to a noticeable degree. So we will go either with the volume and clarity of the public testimony on these 2 points either substantiates the fact that the changes to the neighborhood would be characteristic, excuse me, would be significant because the remote ambiance is the defining character of the neighborhood, which would be markedly impacted by the presence of a cell phone tower. Or the volume and clarity of the public testimony does not substantiate that there is a change in the character of the neighborhood because the tower is reasonably limited. Traffic loading is only 2 trips per month, and sound levels outside the enclosure would be less than the voice levels during generator operation. Okay, which way do you want to lean on this? And or you can change the word entirely. That just gives us 2 directions.
So this is just the variance on
This is just with respect to the variance on height. However, we do have to respect the fact that variance requests are specific to a location, so the arguments may apply to the other variances as well, right? Yeah. Anybody want to stick your neck out and...
Is that on? Yeah. I think the on the height. I just want to bring up one. Yes, we've dropped to 130, but as we were confirmed last time, Mr. Springer did confirm there is a 20-foot that can be added to this. With just without any coming back to anyone. That's just part of the New Hampshire law. Yeah, it's the law. So it's possible. It's possible that this tower is going to 20 feet taller than the 130 application. I just want us all to.
Okay, so does that mean
That affects my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, so are we leaning towards it substantiates the fact that this is a market impact on the?
That's my opinion.
Okay, so
That's what I believe.
do you have an opinion on that? Do you?
You're right.
I don't have to ever be stick their neck out on this, but we do kind of need to move in one direction or the other.
In my opinion,
Yeah.
You put a cell tower there, you can see it for 2 weeks, and drive by it, and you don't know it's there.
Right.
And same with tourists coming in. Unless they're looking for it, they won't see it. So my opinion is it will not make a substantial effect on the area.
Okay. That would be for those who are transient. For those who live there.
Again, for those who live there, 2 weeks they may see it, and after that they're going to drive by it and not look at it. They know it's there.
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah. Already. Do you wish to?
To a certain degree, I agree with. Who are you again? Sorry. Right. I agree with from a distance standpoint. I mean, I drive up and down the highway. I drive around town. To a certain extent, I don't see the cell towers, but I don't live right next to one. And I do think that the individuals who will live within 2,000 feet of this cell tower will see it out their bedroom window every day. And they will have to a certain extent, live with that effect and that, I guess I want to call it visual impairment from what they currently have. Now, they may not necessarily see a lot of the tower because I don't know how many trees are going to have to get taken down to get the heavy equipment into this place to put this tower up. And I know that there's going to be a 8-foot stockade or 8-foot fence around it, which so you won't, and then there's shrubs on the outside of that. So the bottom 8 to 10 feet of it may be visually camouflaged, if you will, but the rest of it won't be. The rest of it will be there, and they will see it. Now, what impact that actually has over a period of time on that area, I don't know because I don't live within 1,000 feet of a cell tower. So I can't not have it. You put a commercial structure like that in the center of a very rural area, it can't not have an impact on that area. It has to have an impact.
Yeah, my leaning is to think that the question, the criteria on this particular point is does it have a significant impact on the character of the neighborhood? And the implication is that if the character of this particular, any neighborhood, this particular neighborhood is that it's remote, it's rural, it's disconnected from technology to a visible extent anyway, that putting a cell tower in the middle of it would have market impact, on that. I mean, that's the way I lean. I lean to the first thing, but this is not necessarily, this is only the first discussion on these 2 points. The spirit of the ordinance will be observed. The variance to be contrary to public interest, and for it to violate the spirit of the ordinance, it must unduly and to a marked degree violate the basic objectives of the zoning ordinance. Does it alter the essential character of the neighborhood or health, safety, and welfare of the public? Well, it doesn't threaten the health, safety, and welfare of the public by any standard which we have been provided. But if we, for the moment, we consider it does affect the character of the neighborhood. Let's go on. We'll come back and look at all 5.
I'm sorry. I want to go back to one.
Yep.
When it talks about the public interest. There is, however, a significant piece of public interest where providing a necessary communication set for that area is whether communications or cell coverage, particular cell coverage for communication purposes. There is that part of public interest which would be served if the tower were erected and put in that place. Is that the best place for it to be positioned in order to serve that public interest? We don't have any evidence to show one way or the other.
Well, actually, no, let's address that question for a moment. So either there is evidence that this location is absolutely needed in order to provide that public service, or there are other options available to us, right? The public testimony has been, first of all, from the expert, Kent Chamberlain, this location makes no sense. Secondly, from residents, there were alternative suggestions. Now, we have not been given a definitive answer, right? So in one sense, you're technically correct. On the other hand, we also have looked at the coverage maps that have been provided to us by both C-Squared Communications and Verify IDK that shows that without this tower, the public interests, which, of course, we were given no standard by which to assess this, but if I suggest that that standard would be that there's continuous coverage on 153, that provides a significant safety gap for safety coverage for the residents there, and there was a significant overlap in other sections of Madison as well by the other two towers. So one could argue either there's evidence that this location is not absolutely necessary as only feasible means of providing this public that, you know, this location really uniquely provides public safety, you know, for residents of Madison. And I think that the weight of the argument here, since there are two other towers that provide continuous coverage on 57 miles, which has no coverage, and the tower only provides 3.25 miles of coverage, that we could say that it's not dangerous. Other comments? Okay, well, all right, let's keep moving on. Substantial justice is done. Any loss to the individual which is not outweighed a gain to the public is an injustice. This overlaps. Here we have, since this location is not the only feasible location for a desired service, then there's no gain to the public use of the station in comparison to others, but the loss of the uniquely rural and remote sector of the neighborhood violates the spirit of the zoning ordinance, or the benefit to the public by use of this location for cell tower provides enhanced public safety, which outweighs the inconvenience of a nearby cell tower to the residents of East Madison. Sort of to do the first one, we would have to be satisfied that there was adequate coverage, and to do the second one, we would have to be satisfied that it provided coverage that was not otherwise available for a significant portion of the public. So which way do we lean?
Well, does it specify public safety?
This one is not public safety per se. This one is loss to the individual. This is justice, loss to the individual, which is not outweighed to the public.
Again, my opinion, it may be wrong, by putting this tower there, it gives the police and fire a better location for their communications, which is safe, and regardless of the fact that there's cell service or not.
agree, Doug. But however, if health and safety police coverage and emergency services are really critical, that does not, in my opinion, does not require a 150-foot tower, Verizon, T-Mobile, and all the others on it. There are ways of creating a coverage for emergencies only. There's already satellite coverage, etc. I mean, I'm not going to speak to this tower. I've been out of this a week. My satellite went down. I have zip at home. I drive down to the bottom of the road and use the phone. That's in the side. But I think emergency service can be with a different. I don't know what it is. I'm not an engineer. I feel that there is probably someone who could speak to that.
Well, I'd ask the board members, we can continue the discussion, or you can make your own minds up on this particular one, but we can go on for discussion number 4 for the moment. The values of the surrounding properties are not diminished, or, excuse me, let me rephrase it. Are not diminished. Where's number 5? There it is. Okay, sorry, got too many pieces. Well, actually, I got it written the other way around. Surrounding property values are because the Afuso study convincingly demonstrates that homes within 25 feet of the tower would sustain a value between 2 and 90%. This study focused on the effect on price based on the distance from a cell phone tower using more than 20,000 sales over a 17-year period in Mobile, Alabama, which is rural as well as urban areas. It's conducted by the University of Southern Alabama, a disinterested third party, and is more comprehensive and mathematically rigorous than studies submitted for the 2 New England towns, which compare on the order of 10 sales each or 100 sales each, included opinion surveys of appraisers, or the Afuso study, though more rigorous and complete, reflect New England. And so the 2 reports submitted for New England towns appear local reality much more accurate, and they indicate that cell towers affect property values. So this one worth discussion. So we have 2 entirely different approaches to the study of property values. One by a group of professional appraisers, by 2 different professional appraisers. And one by a disinterested third party, which is in fact mathematically much rigorous. The one study is local and looks at recent sales and polls. Each study polls a slightly different group of people, but professionals who are observing sales and comparing on price per square foot, but relatively recent sales. The other study looks at a 17-year period during which cell towers were being constructed and analyzes the effect of the distance specifically to a cell phone tower. And yes, it's Paul drink of water if you're looking at the methodology, but it's mathematically very, 23,000 sales over 17 years gives a fairly good indication. So I personally lean towards that one, but would like to know what the board feels.
The study that you refer to with 17,000 sales is in Alabama. Rural in Alabama does not equal rural in New Hampshire. I don't think they've got a lot of 130-foot trees in Alabama like we do in New Hampshire. So I would suggest that the 2 studies are not equal. We should look at the local study much more rigorously than we would the study from 1,500 miles away.
I worry that with Eaton and Freedom having towers that kind of go into the center of Okay. My concern is we're dealing with two other towers that are kind of doing the same thing in part. And here we're going to put out a tower right in the middle of one of our really nice neighborhoods. And I think any one of us, we on this side of the board, the table, and I think more information needs to be looked at in the area of King Pine, that a tower possibly could be put, but without harming or disturbing the residential East Madison. So I'm concerned. I mean, we've heard a lot of testimony. We've heard more testimony on this case than any I've ever been on. And it's obviously one that we have to feel responsible to. So that's my feeling, that we really, this is a tough decision on our parts.
So, having been a real estate agent in a prior life, in a prior state, in a different state, and having shown families homes, my opinion is I can't imagine that this wouldn't impact your decision whether or not to buy a house. Same necessarily a cell tower, but if I don't know, a sewage treatment plant across the street, or any other structure, whether it be a 150-foot flagpole that you were looking at the base of, it can't help but enter into your judgment. Now, as a homeowner, an individual who is purchasing a home, could the aesthetic of it with the stockade fence and the surround it outweigh what I might look at? It's going to be an individual decision. I can't imagine, and other, I wasn't here last month, fortunately, but I have other studies that do say, and from real estate individuals, it does say that while the magnitude of the impact varies, the studies uniformly indicate that there is significant impact on residential property values from installation of cell phone towers. This is a report and an analysis by David Burgoyne, who's a certified general real appraiser, and this was to the FCC, a report that he made to the FCC. So I can't imagine that it's not going to affect, to some degree, the property value.
Other I to comment the comparison of two studies. It's difficult in one sense. It's apple and oranges because you're dealing with real estate appraisers who are assessing their recent experience. In the course of these particular studies, they get paid whether or not the outcome comes wider. So the impact on the study itself may be minimal. From the perspective of a researcher, they're nevertheless make their money in the area of real estate. So anything that supports property values is, from a researcher's perspective, a potential bias. To Doug's point, Mobile, Alabama County, it does reflect both rural and urban. It reflects, if you look into the details, distances to cell phone towers as 5 miles. So that gives you some idea of the fact that it's not exactly what you would call completely urban environment. It's also an environment where cell phones were desirable. It's one of the nation's more busiest port cities. So cell phone usage is high. It's not viewed negatively. So there's no reason a backwater doesn't use cell phones, for example, and therefore wouldn't want a phone tower because who wants a cell phone anyway? Well, that wasn't the case. So the question is whether the unique mathematical rigorousness of this particular study is convincing or not. And to me, it is because it looks very specifically at the distance to cell phone tower over time, in comparison to the New England, which looked at recent sales, and a relatively small number of sales in comparison to a study that looked at 23 sales over a period of 17 years. So I don't know, we can, we'll all have to make up our own mind as to whether or not we think property values are affected by the cell phone tower or not. Let's go on to discuss the last, the hardship. Hardship is unique in the case of the cell phone. Writing this is there is no fair substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance and the specific applicant of that provision property. But in this case, the applicant doesn't own the property, etc. So there's a little difference. So what's happened is that a court case, which some of you have actually referred to during public testimony, that hardship for a cell phone tower application is defined by Daniels versus the town of London, 2008. So in order to establish hardship in this kind of case, the property for the provision of the desired service would need to be uniquely appropriate for this purpose, so uniquely appropriate for this purpose that denying the variance, even if it's not the only feasible location, would represent a hardship to the applicant in their quest to provide service. That is not because it's the only feasible location, because it's uniquely suitable. So if we are convinced that this location is so uniquely suitable that not putting a cell phone tower here would be a detriment to the applicant and the public, the criteria in paragraph 1 are not established. Hardship will be deemed to exist if and only if the special conditions of the property that is in. Oh gosh, too many heaps of paper. The property is therefore necessary, reasonable use of it. In this case, effectively defaults to the conditions of the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which would mean it's the only suitable location, then that in of itself then does in fact establish hardship if the others don't. So, so the question is, in your mind, do you think hardship is established case by the uniquely suitable location of this cell phone tower location, or that it is absolutely necessary in order to provide? Comment?
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to start this one.
This is not easy sitting out there, but this is tough.
It is very difficult. I think to myself when we're going through this, if the cell tower were not to be there, if something were to I don't want to say happen, but if we were to vote and say no cell tower, what hardship would we create for the people who are in that surrounding area? There is the gap coverage, there is the inability to have cell phone coverage, but as we're aware, and I think we can't disregard the application in the Eaton and Freedom towns of those towers, which it's my understanding they've been approved, and cover that gap, and provide adequate coverage for the gap. It would not, however, provide the town of Madison an opportunity to put a whip antenna or 911 comms antenna on that particular or on Eaton's and Freedom's towers unless we negotiated something different. So there would be a hardship created for the town, not necessarily the applicant, in that we might be missing some 911 comms. The rest of it.
Whoa. Do we have any evidence that has the town stated they this tower for that whip antenna, or
I'm just presuming that that as a town you're going to want to do everything you possibly can to have adequate coverage across the entire town for 911 coverage. And I think we heard testimony in the very early portion of this that there are gaps in areas, and because of the ridge lines and things that are there, they don't always have fluid communication. And I know, driving up and down that road, you'll lose your cell phone coverage quite a bit. But is that enough? Again, when the other towers are in place, does that go away? Because they provide the coverage, and this is not a unique situation where without that tower we wouldn't have coverage. And I don't think it. I think that if that tower were there or not there, we'd still end up with coverage from the other towers.
Other comments, Doug? You wanna? Yeah.
So the question that I have is, if we deny this tower going on top of the hill, will the Eaton Freedom Towers cover the backside of King Pine, which is not covered at the moment, which this tower would cover?
Well, the answer to that question is in your IDK answer, and there is some coverage that's provided by other towers, but remember, there's a gap in coverage. There is a small gap in coverage in Madison that would be covered if this tower were not there. But how much of that, for example, is it all of East Madison Road, for example, or is it just the backwoods portion?
Well, we've had testimony that says at the moment there's a 7-mile gap in coverage on East Madison Road.
No, on 150.
No, East Madison Road. We had here who said he can lose his signal at the top of the hill, not until he gets way down.
See, that was Fox down to 53 and up 153 towards Conway. Yeah. No, I mean, we're not arguing momentarily.
I thought it was 7 miles on East Madison Road.
No.
7 miles on East Madison.
Yeah. Okay. I also want to make a clarification. Sharon said we are not voting on whether or not to have a cell phone tower. We are voting on whether or not the cell phone tower is entitled to have these variances. The implication of that is deny the variance, then they will have to decide whether they have other alternatives in terms of technology, locations, whatever else. So we're not saying whatever, right? We're not saying we do not have the authority to tell GMR they can't have a cell phone tower, right? We are simply saying if we deny the variances, that they have to meet the ordinance demand and or find another location, right? Or if strictly theoretically in the future there's a material change to the circumstance, either because technology changes or it's determined that because another tower collapsed, is in fact the only unique location to, there could be come back and ask for another variant for location if there's a material change, but that's a theoretical. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we've looked through this. So the question is, we have to decide whether we want to formulate our motion primarily to deny or primarily to grant. We have to decide each variance. We do not have to decide. You need to decide individually in each of these criteria, and if you come to the conclusion that they meet all 5 criteria, then you vote. You only vote once, right? For each variance, but not for each criteria. Right. So each variance must meet all 5 criteria in order to grant the variance. Right. Okay. All right. We'll be voting 4 times tonight. Right. So for the variance with respect to height above the canopy of, we said in this case, 40-foot variance, 50 feet beyond the canopy, right? So do we move?
Do you want to indicate
I'll-
the height of the canopy so that there's never 20 years from now when somebody comes back and says, well, you gave them a variance for up to 50 feet
No,
above
that,
the canopy.
oh, I
Now
see.
the
Yes,
canopy's
40 feet. Yeah, no, you're right. 100 at 130. Right. No, right. So we formulate this to. All right. So now, if I'm reading the board right, I'm feeling like we'll write this to deny the variance for a 130-foot tower, which is 50 feet above the canopy and 40 feet variance request. Yeah, beyond the ordinance. Beyond. No, I'm just saying canopy because we don't have much, beyond the ordinance standard. Okay, because. Okay. One. Okay, write it like this. Property values are affected, are decreased.
Or do you just want to say negatively affected?
All right, are negatively affected. The character of the neighborhood will be markedly impacted. And the location is not required to provide service on the 7-mile gap on 153. So there's 3 reasons because. So if you agree with that wording, then if you agree that you deny, you vote yes. If you wish to grant the variance, you will vote no. Okay, so Kate, did you get most of that wording? Okay, so can you read back to us?
You need a
No, you need a microphone. Oh, there's one right there. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yep.
Right, deny for a 130-foot tower, which is 50 feet above the canopy and 40 feet for the variance request beyond the ordinance because 1, property values are negatively affected, 2, character of the neighborhood will be markedly impacted, and 3, the location is not required to provide service on the 7-mile gap on 153.
Okay, did we write in our findings of fact sufficient information on the gap? Did you get coverage? Yeah, we've got coverage. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so okay, so moved. Who's seconding? Any seconds? I did. Okay, so do we have any further discussion? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. I'll vote last in case we have to vote talk. Yeah.
Can you just read it again? So that
Okay. Move to deny the variance for a 130-foot tower, which is 50 feet above the canopy and 40 feet beyond the ordinance standard because property values are negatively affected. The character of the neighborhood will be markedly impacted, and the location is not required to provide service for 7 mile gap in one. Okay. Yes. George votes yes.
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 Nay.
Yes. Okay, so you got that, Kate?
Does George or Doug need to give a reason?
No, he does not need to give a reason. No. He can speak, but there's, yeah. Okay. Okay, so on to the second variance. Okay, we'll go through the same. No, yeah, however, many of these arguments may apply. We don't have the same length of discussion. Just a second, I've got too many sheets of paper here. Oh, here it is. Okay, the second variance is for the fall zone. And the only reason we have this variance is because the town line of Eden passes through where the fall zone is. So this is a formal requirement. We can grant this variance or we can deny this variance. Just take part of the issue here is part of the issue is all variances are tied to the location. So you know, granting this variance in this case, you know, would mean they would have an opportunity if they wanted to operate on this location with a totally different technology and a totally different thing. That zone issue was an issue that they wouldn't have to come back and ask us for a variance for fall zone for 2 years. In any event, to deny it would be consistent with the other things, which makes it hard to operate on this particular location. Doug?
So we had testimony that the fall zone is not the height of the tower. The tower is designed to break someplace in the middle.
Yes.
So the fall zone becomes much less than the height of the tower.
That's a practical reality.
Common sense.
Common sense, practical reality, engineering, technical reality. Legally, the fall zone still has to be the height of the tower. So, and we have to grant a variance if that fall zone crosses a property line. So that's where we are on that.
Just for the sake of clarifying for me, if we've just denied the previous denied the height. Okay, so now the zone is relative to the height that is being, which is 130 to 150. We're still that. I just want clarification on that. This particular this one is about the height, assuming a 130-foot tower. This is what we voted on.
So then it now fall inside because we've taken 20 feet off of it. Does the tower from the full height of it, which we have to consider, does that now fall inside that town line? How much was it over?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Pull out the Yeah. That, I don't think it's an issue. I think that the towers, I think it still does, but, yep, no, that's not it. Wait a minute. It's the big thick one. It should be number 1, but you don't have it. There it is.
This is exhibit 1.
Yeah. No, way back at the beginning. Is that the fall zone here?
Fall zone, 150-foot fall zone. So
Well,
this is from here to here. That's
What is
less
that?
than half.
What is that? Is that 40? What say 45 feet? Was it?
45 feet. I have no idea what that part is, and this is plus or minus 70 feet. But look at this circle, and
Yeah. We're not going to get out of having to do that. Yeah.
Still think it's
Right.
outside.
All right. I think it's consistent. If we've denied a height variance, if we've denied the variance for height, then it would be simply consistent to deny the variance for the fall zone.
I
But
disagree.
You disagree.
I do.
Okay.
I think the fall zone is a completely independent construct. I think the fall zone thing that regardless of what is with the first, because we denied height. That doesn't mean there couldn't be now another tower there. We still have to consider the fact that even at 130 feet, this tower, if it fell, and we all know it's not going to, the whole 130 feet isn't going to go, probably more like 65 or 70 feet is going to be what would snap off. I think you still have to consider it independently the other variants. It's the same criteria that we talked with regard to value, proper or detrimental to the public health and safety. All the other criteria. Some of the same arguments can be used, but I think the variance itself is separate.
Yeah. Yes. It's separate from the height.
Yes. I think it's a foregone conclusion that if the height is denied, that the fall zone is
I didn't mean
denied.
that. What I meant was consistent, because if we deny the height variance, the point was we denied it because, well, we just look at the things. The thing is that it's a variance is also tied to the specific location, right? So the fall zone, for example, we determined the last reason why, one of the reasons was because property values are affected, and that the character of the neighborhood is significantly impacted, right? So anything that's high enough to require the variance for the fall zone is going to have, it's a cell phone tower in this location, is going to have the same effect. Do you think it would have a different effect on the property value or the character of the neighborhood?
Well, I think what we're really considering is whether or not, with regard to the fall zone, that it's appropriate for it to fall outside of the property line. Okay, and that's pretty much it. Is it appropriate, and is it okay? Will we give a variance for it to fall outside of the property line? That property, wherever that property line is, it's, in this case, it's away from all the other homes. It's toward a non-inhabited portion of that area. So
Okay. All right. Well, you want to formulate a motion so we can consider that, and then we'll go through the 5 criteria.
It's also owned by the same. It's the same, owned by the same owner. I mean, it is that property line. It's the town line.
Right.
The property is owned by the same.
No,
it's the same
that's
owner.
correct.
I just wanted to remind us or that.
Yes.
So it's not a different property owner. Yeah.
let's listen to Black.
We need the comic relief. Okay. All righty. So we need to evaluate it on 5 criteria. But if we're leaning toward the idea that we would to grant to grant.
So here's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
If this cell tower did not need any variances other than this particular one, we know that based on law and based on our ordinances, they have the ability to put a cell tower there. Okay? Nobody's debating that part of it. All we're debating is whether or not we're going to give them a variance. So if they had a cell tower that met all of the criteria with the exception of the fall zone, I think we need to then take a look at that independently.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Then let's do that.
Okay.
All righty. So, fall zone, then if we go through the various, okay, so the first criteria is the variance will not be contrary to public interest. And the spirit of the ordinance will be observed. Contrary to public interest, or to violate the spirit of the ordinance, it must unduly and to a marked degree violate the base objectives of the zoning ordinance. To determine this, does the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood or threaten the health, safety, or general welfare of the public? So the spirit of the ordinance, which we already read, is zoning ordinance by application and provision in state law seeks to protect existing property owners against new use hereby, which may be incompatible or undesirable and also damaging to the existing owner's present property by lowering its desirability and value. So one would argue in the opposite direction from what you said is that the existence of the cell phone tower, which requires the fall zone variance, it's the existence of the cell phone tower, which to a marked degree, so granting the variance for a fall zone would be implying that the cell phone tower itself was also not impacting the value of the property and not impacting the neighborhood. Go ahead.
I think it's in the interest of public safety to have a fall zone. If there's a tower, you know, so it doesn't pose, it's not just public safety, it's actually in the interest of public safety to have a fall zone. It's, again, we're not voting on whether there's going to be a tower or not. We're voting whether should there be a tower. Fall zone should be mandated.
Not only the fall zone, but the fact that the fall zone crosses a formal property line, whether that has any impact on property values or anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so the criteria would change the character of the neighborhood. A fall zone. Well, a variance for fall zone crossing the property line, would it change the character of the neighborhood, impact it negatively? Would it reduce property values? Go ahead.
Would it affect the fall zone? The fact that the nature of the new tower, it just crinkles down. It's protective of the various sidelines. So, you know.
Right, we're still dealing with the formality that we have fall zone that crosses a public. Yeah.
Okay.
But, yeah.
The public interest if this variance is granted. If a variance for the fall zone only. I'm usually loud enough people can hear me. If the variance for a fall zone is granted, is there then harm to the public interest because we've crossed town lines? I mean, I would think Eaton would want to know that we're going to allow a tower to fall on their property. But, and again, the property is owned by the same individual. And that's the only area where that requires the variance. If it weren't across that town line, they would not require a variance for this.
Right.
It's the same owner.
Yeah.
So it's as if I own pieces of property and the tower falls onto my other piece of property. The only one really affected is me because it's my property.
Yep.
It's still my property. They're not. It's it's still in that property.
Do you want to, let's see, okay, so we've got, walk through the 5 criteria. Just think about them. They will make a motion. We'll vote on this. Okay, so the first one we talked about, not contrary to the public interest, to have this fall zone cross the, its spirit ordinance will be observed, by not affecting the character of the neighborhood any marked degree, or threaten the health, safety, or general welfare of the public. Of course, the fall zone is designed in order to create a safe zone. Substantial justice becomes lost to the individual, in this case the applicant, which is not outweighed by a gain to the public, is an injustice. So if we grant the variance, then let's put it the other way. If you deny the variance, what is the loss to the individual, which is not made by a public gain? We're talking about a variance here criteria that affects a formal situation, so it's a hard one to evaluate, but let's just keep going for the moment. The values of the surrounding properties would not diminish. And fifthly, literal enforcement would result in an unnecessary hardship because of owing to the special conditions of the property. There's a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property. And like I said, in this case, hardship would be established if, the uniqueness of this property for its purpose. So hardship is a hard one to establish because the criteria here is of the fall zone variance. Then if the property is not uniquely suited for the purpose for which it's being open for, then they don't establish hardship in this application on this particular point. Yeah, and then if it's not required, so it's not uniquely suitable or required for the purpose, then there's no reason for the variance. Hardship is the one that usually causes one to stumble at the end, and that's that. I personally fail to see how hardship is established by not granting this variance. Yeah.
Where I'm struggling is if there's a tower, which they don't, they
There
are
would
like,
be
and that's not, again, I repeat, it's not our choice, or not our vote. It needs to, it can't exist without a fall zone. And you know what I mean? By health and safety require it. I'm sure there's a lot of other laws that require it too. So there has to be a fall zone.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But the question is, in case the fall zone requires a variance, and in order for it to be qualified for a variance, it has to meet 5 criteria. Now, when we've sort of argued very quickly and relatively, that the criteria are relatively easy to meet, but does the hardship is a hardship meet the criteria of?
Right. Is it live in a way to not give a fall zone to something that actually can't be built on? Isn't it it seems punitive to not to not allow even better. Shout. Just grab
Train of thought just gone ching. Thank you. I'll just hold it gingerly. Is it not somewhat punitive to say you can't have a fall zone in this context, you can't build a tower without a fall zone. I don't believe any tower.
Well, yeah, go
Or
ahead.
you
Karen.
can. I don't know. It's kind of,
No, you can build a tower. It just have to, and if the property is only 50 feet from where you put the tower, your tower couldn't be more than 50 feet fall zone. It would have to still fall in that fall zone.
Or have a variance.
Or have a variance, which is where we are. So no one's debating that they need a fall zone. The fall zone is appropriate. The question is, are we okay as a board with that fall zone crossing the town line, even though the property owner is the same?
Well, okay, let me
Given-
rephrase your criteria. It's
Okay.
not, are we okay with it? Does it meet the 5 criteria? That's the question.
That's what I mean by are we okay?
Yeah,
Sorry.
right.
We're
No,
okay
no.
because, yes, it meets 1, 2, 3, 5.
Right. So in order for us to be okay with it, it has to meet all 5. And the question is,
Correct.
can someone argue that it actually creates a hardship?
Right. So in looking at the New Hampshire, what is this that I'm looking at? New Hampshire Zoning Board of Adjustment. The Zoning Board of Adjustment in New Hampshire, a handbook for local officials. One of the things that they talk about unnecessary hardship is that the restrictions in one parcel are balanced by similar restrictions on other parcels in the same zone. By its big purpose, a zoning ordinance imposes some hardship on all property by setting dimensions, allowable uses, etc. When the hardship so imposed is shared equally by all property owners, grounds for a variance exists. Only when the characteristic of a particular land in question makes it different from others and unnecessary hardship named. Now, because that property line for the town is close, on the one side, I think that's characteristic of a particular land in question, which makes it different from others around it. Now, is it such a large characteristic or characteristic that it then says that the hardship would be imposed on parcel others, and therefore then hardship exists because it's not equally shared by the other property owners? I don't know if that
Makes that. I mean that's
yeah,
that would be an argument for it, right? If we were all lawyers, we could put this to bed in 5 minutes. No, that's not a fair question. We're not taking comments in public, and we can go into a non-meeting with our attorney and discuss this. So here is hardship established by the fact that there's unique characteristics which create this need, and you've argued that this property line is that unique characteristic that creates for a variance, and applying to this property would therefore justify granting them a hardship. And the other round is we simply say, well, by granting, yeah, okay, well, we already said that. Okay, so, all right. As we look at, do you want to formulate a?
So, if we're talking a motion to, so let's work with a motion to approve a fall zone variance. Okay. Do we even know by how much we're
Well,
is this
you
a-
said in round figures, it looked like about 1/3 of the distance. So if it's 100, well, that was based on a 150-foot tower, right?
That would
But maybe 50 feet over the line, so you're coming in to around 30 feet over the.
Okay, so we make a motion to approve the variance for a.
Well, we don't need to specify the distance, just it crosses the property line.
Okay, to allow the fall zone to cross town line between Madison and Eaton. Because it's still on the same property, it's still on the same property owner's property. The applicant, well, not the applicant, sorry. The owner's still the same owner. And the spirit of the ordinance is observed because it's still a fall zone. Fall zone, I don't believe, diminishes the property value. And that the literal enforcement provisions would create a singular hardship for that property owner.
Okay, but we'd be more specific when worded like that would create a hardship because they uniquely have a property line, a town line across their property.
Yes.
Did you catch it, Kate? Well, okay. Did you? Read what you got.
You need a microphone. We can't hear you.
Grant. Not to approve the grant.
It's got to be close to your mouth.
Okay. Let's see. A motion to approve the variance. Whatever. The fall zone to cross the town line between Madison and Eaton. And I wrote because still it's owner's property and the spirit of the ordinance was observed and then we lost after all that.
Spirit of the ordinance observed. Property values for a zone would not be diminished, especially since it's still the same property owner. Yeah, but this is specifically for property value. And literal enforcement of the provision would create an unnecessary hardship. An unnecessary hardship. And what was the part you said due to the? Oh, because of the unique characteristic of
in this property.
This property. It has a town line across it, and we can finish it.
Once you walk down there and have that. Okay, so we'll mental break while Sharon walks down there and finesse wording in this. Okay, so do you have that? Can you read it?
Okay. To approve variance of the fall zone to cross the town line between Madison and Eaton because it's still on the owner's property and the spirit of the ordinance observed and value for the fall zone would not be diminished because owners and literal enforcement would create an unnecessary hardship because of the unique characteristic of the line going through the property.
A couple other things. To grant, not to approve. And the other thing is, in that second, read that second piece there. Go ahead and start at the beginning.
The variance of the fall across the town line between Madison and Eaton because it was still on the owner's property and the spirit of the ordinance is absurd. And property values for the fall zone would not be.
Stop right there. It's not the property values fall. The fall zone does not affect property values. Yeah, no.
The property value due to a fall zone.
Okay.
So would not be diminished because same owners and literal enforcement would be an unnecessary hardship between the characteristics of the town line going to the property.
So moved.
George.
Okay.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
I did. Okay. Said yes. Okay, so we have approved the granted the fall zone variance. Now we go to the monopole versus the mast variance. So the monopole versus the mast is that the monopole is slightly larger and enables the arrays to be mounted on exterior. And this is consistent with today's technology. Also consistent with today's technology, which simply means that they would mount the arrays inside the mast vertically so that there are fewer carriers. Okay. So once again, this is one of those variances. The effect of the variance is that it reduces, that it increases the number of carriers they can have, slightly increases the visibility of the mast, as opposed to having, the monopole increases visibility and increases of carriers. The mast makes it less visible, and it also reads the mast is less visible. It's a smaller diameter with vertical mounts, mostly inside.
I understand it must generally be guided, which means you've got cable running adding to support because it's narrower and has less structure.
I'm not sure that's
Well, we could open public hearing again and ask the applicant whether.
well. Okay. Did you look up and say guide? Is you're saying? Right. The variance is requesting a monopole. Right. So let's not open a public hearing at the moment. Let's continue with our discussion. If we decide it's necessary, then we can do that. Okay.
But to Doug,
Doug's.
sorry, I don't know why I do that all the time. I do not know why I do. Sorry, George. To your point is the fact that there is a difference between the mast and the monopole. One, the footprint of which for the mast, provided the internet is correct, is much larger. If you go from point to end point of the guys. For the mast, right. The monopole footprint in the center of the stockaded area is smaller for the purposes of structural integrity and affixing it to the ground. So it's it's a completely different structure. But so then for requesting a variance, they're actually, while not erecting a mast, there could be erecting something that is much better because it has that smaller footprint. It has smaller base because there's no wires coming down from it, go out to the sides of it to keep it steady. It's just your finger in the air instead of a tent.
Yeah, if
that's the case. So I would suggest that we believe what Doug found. We all believe Doug. So it's a question of whether we accept the research that he found.
I'm not doing well with this thing. I did go and look at a mast I was visiting somewhere, I can't remember where it was now, but it was down on the 16. I stopped and went. And I went to look at it's like a pen, basically. It's got that kind of structure. It's a triangulated little structure that goes up. And it is, you can see through it.
Yes, but
Whereas the monopole is a big single mast.
Yeah. That the angular thing is that's not what they mean by mast.
No, the structure on footprint is it's got 4 feet land on the ground, and it's a bridge structure.
That's a lattice tower.
Yeah,
that's a
that's
lattice.
similar.
It's not a mast. Yeah, why don't you?
Of course, we all believe tonight. Here's a new search via AI, as we all know. A monopole tower is a single freezing pole, often steel, while a mast is a pole that is often supported by guy wire stays.
What is the impression that the masts that we were talking about were not supported by guy?
Can I read further?
Yes.
Monopoles have a smaller foot than masts and are less visually intrusive, making them suitable for urban areas or locations with limited space. Masts, on the other hand, can be taller and support larger loads, making them suitable for applications where height and stability are crucial. Monopole towers, a single vertical pole, tapered in size, smaller footprint, less visually intrusive, typically easier and faster to install, and common in telecommunications for mounting antennas and communications equipment. Masts, on the other hand, a pole that is often supported by guy wire stays, requires guy wires or stays for support. Larger footprint than monopoles, more visually intrusive than monopoles, can be more complex to install than monopoles, used in various applications including radio broadcasting, power transmission, and support for wind turbines. So there.
Yeah, the only thing there was I don't hear any difference in height comparisons. I don't know that a mast that 150 feet tall would require dying, but that's interesting. I don't recall anything when we discussed the issue of mast versus monopole that came to question. No matter what the definition of a mast versus a monopole, the question is we have the technical question that they've asked for a monopole when a mast is required by the ordinance. Right. No insight on them. No. Okay.
I just think that we are again in an area much like the ordinance that or the variance that we said they don't need. We're in an area where technology has been updated, or construction methods have been updated, and perhaps our ordinance has not been. Well, it hasn't been in that particular paragraph, but that the intent is to make sure that the structure is significant enough and is sturdy enough to hold the arrays that it wants to be put up, and whether it's a mast or a monopole. I'm just having a hard time seeing that it's just such a significant issue that we would have a hard time, going through the criteria and figuring out that if it were there'd be no issue if they said, oh, it's a mast, and they didn't call it a monopole. It's still a singular pole. It's still, it's not a series of 4 or 5 poles throughout, that meet at the top. It's just the one pole, whether it's a monopole or a mast. So, yeah, it feels kind of moot to me.
Aren't we talking about a ground mount?
Yes.
Okay, and anything else, not height or whatever. So, my feeling is that it's a more modern way of providing these facilities, but we're working truly with a little rather old variants in terms of mass type. I think today probably more of these structure the monopoles. And I would even add to that point, again, I mentioned sometime back, a lot of cities, because this monopole can be structured in such a way, they can put it in churches in that. So it really functions a lot more in both cities, probably areas like ours. So that would be my only comment to that end.
Okay, so Jennifer, what were you?
Again, in the context of us not voting on whether we're having a poll or not, it seems like a moot issue as to whether it's a monopole or a mast, because the only thing you would do in 2025 is a mast, I would suspect. Monopole, my apologies. A monopole.
Yeah, well,
So
yeah, well, we also have the question when looking at a variance or monopole versus yeah. Well, one approach, would be to look through this and grant the variance. One approach would be to look through it and decide that this variance is irrelevant, that it meets the criteria, and therefore dismiss the need for the variance. The other alternative, of course, is to look at it and say, well, this variance is tied to this location. There, if the existence of a mast or a monopole, either one, in this particular location violates the conditions of the request for a variance, that we deny the variance because these are our 3 options. Doug, did you want to say something?
Can I make a quick motion?
Can you make a quick motion?
It's timing.
Well, you make a motion. We can decide that.
Then I'm going to move that we determine that this is irrelevant due to cause of current technologies, and we need to just
determine that the variance is required. I think we'd better address the question of the variance. Yep. Okay. So the variance on the table is monopole versus mast. Does the board feel the need to clarify the question with the applicant? No. Oh. Okay. Then we need to proceed with evaluating the variance with respect to the criteria. So let's take a look at the first criteria, which is that just a second. I keep all these papers. Number 5. So I know, but I need to. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so verifying. Okay. So the variance will not contradict the public interest, and the spirit of the ordinance will be observed. For the variance contrary to public interest and for it to violate the spirit of the ordinance, it must unduly and to a marked degree violate the basic objectives of the zoning ordinance. Determine this. The variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood or threaten the health, safety, or welfare of the public. So the question is, does putting a monopole here instead of a mast alter the character of the neighborhood, or threaten the health, safety, or general welfare of the public? Now, we're not talking about the relation here, we're talking about the physical presence of the mast.
As opposed to the physical presence of monopole.
Of a monopole, right. So, again, the concept of this is that, the the tower, like I said, fundamentally a tower is a permitted thing. The question whether the mast, the monopole here violates the spirit of the ordinance. Any comment on that?
I would suggest that the difference of it being a monopole versus what our ordinance currently calls for is not significant enough of a difference in order to make there be any kind of not observing the spirit of the ordinance.
Okay, so then the substantial justice is done. Any loss is not outweighed by a gain to the public. So in this case, whether you have a mast or a monopole, you're not going to have much change in the gain to the public, except the monopole will provide more service, opportunity for more service, and the loss to the applicant in this case would be proportional sense. So, okay, so fourth, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. So does changing from a mast to monopole itself diminish property values?
In and of itself, I
Does anyone argue would, in and of itself, literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship as owing to the special conditions of the property? There is no substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the special application of that property provision to the property. In this case, the question is whether denying change creates any unique sense of hardship. One might argue in this case that it's not the ideal location, but the technological change from a mast to a monopole represents a uniquely advantageous as a progressive. So well, so the question is whether requiring a mass to actually represents a hardship for the applicant, because it does reduction in the number of services provided, which would be a loss of benefit to the public.
That there's a different cost associated with constructing it, not necessarily its own consideration, but trying to.
Okay, so do we want to formulate? Somebody want to? Are we leaning towards getting or leaning just?
In and of itself, it has to be considered that way.
Okay, so let's write the okay, we move to grant this, excuse me, not this,
The
the variance for a monopole because requiring a mast would represent a hardship to the applicant and a loss of service to the public. What's that?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's irrelevant to yeah, hard to okay, hardship to the applicant. I'm going to say because the reduction in what do they call this? Providers in capacity, reduction in capacity. Providers loss. Okay, so grant the variance for a monopole because requiring a mast would represent hardship to the applicant because of the reduction in capacity for providers and the loss of service to the public. Adjustments to that. Kate, did that, you need me to read it again? I didn't hear you, Kate. Got it? Okay. All right, so moved.
Second.
George seconds. Okay, vote. Aye. Okay, that one passes unanimously. Okay, the last variance we'll consider is for variance for visibility above the line from a public road. Well, that's not exactly how it's actually. Let's see. Kate, can you read the actual variance? No, you need a microphone.
To the extent necessary variance from Article Section 6.6 M1 of the ordinance. Oh, I'm to number 5. Sorry. To the extent necessary variance from Article 6.6K, number 2 of the ordinance, which provides that a telecommunication facility shall not be visible above the ridgeline from public roads.
Okay, so this is basically Jennifer.
Can I read the variance?
Yeah.
I mean, not the variance, the ordinance, so easier, because it does go on a little more.
Go
and
ahead.
I think it'll
Yeah,
help clarify our debate. Wireless telecommunication facility shall not be located within open areas that are visible from public roads, recreational areas, or abutting properties. All ground-mounted wireless telecommunication shall be surrounded by a buffer or of this growth as per section 66F.
Okay, well, we're not addressing the question of a buffer around the base. We're addressing the question of the visibility of the ridge line from the public road. And that's because there is a buffer provided in the plan. Not that it's not required. So we need to address from the perspective of the criteria. So the first criteria, we go back and raise the question. Variance will not be contrary to the public interest, and the spirit of the ordinance will be observed. For the variance to be contrary to the public interest, the spirit of the ordinance will unduly and to a marked degree violate the basic objectives of the zoning ordinance. Determine this: does the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood or threaten the health, safety, or general welfare of the public? Pretty much established that it does not affect the health, welfare, safety of the general public from the perspective of physical damage and radiation. So the question really is on, does it alter the character of the neighborhood? And the balloon test was conducted. The reality is that you're from how many locations was it visible above the ridge line? There's a difference of opinion. Of course, some people felt that any visibility of technological items in this area is actionable, and others felt that it would be given the benefit to the public of the tower, the minor imposition on people's visible that it would not be a issue. So how do we feel about this to this first criteria? Does it all significantly alter the neighborhood? Several things we think about. One is, of course, existing. It's visible from portions of the neighborhood where it's placed, and it's also visible from a distance from several places along the road, as well as other locations. So the question is, how do we feel about?
I think it really conflicts with the ordinance very much. I think that the visual impact is markedly negative in my opinion. I spent a lot of time on the balloon test. I went right, I walked around the base of it. A little hard to identify exactly where the base of the house is going to be, which we talked about before. And Silver Lake, I went Lyman, and I walked around the neighborhood and the actual area of the King Pine. And I really feel strongly that it goes beyond just the visibility of the ridge line. It's above the canopy, it's above everything. I mean, even at 130 feet, the bottom balloon was the smallest balloon and the least colourful balloon. So it took a bit of finding because it was a grey sky that day. And there was wind blowing, which also took the balloon slightly off vertical. I'm not going to guess heights. I think it's detrimental to the general area and the aesthetic of it, and it is a recreational area. And I think specifically our ordinance says here that it shall not be located within open areas that are visible from public recreational areas or abutting properties. This is visual for all of those.
Okay. Now, what we can do is we can bring all the arguments forward from the first variance, which could be reworded slightly, for this particular case. That's the way we're feeling. So this would mean that we have testimony from the public as well. We have conflicting testimony from other people. But the fact of the matter is either it's changes to the neighborhood would be significant because the rural remote beyonds are the defining characteristics of these neighborhoods. The presence of the cell tower, this particular cell phone tower, is objectionable in that sense, or it does not, where these, it is not the case that there's a good change in the neighborhood because of the visibility of the tower is reasonably limited. Typically, is only a few trips per month and some levels. Well, it's irrelevant to this one. But Jennifer specified that she feels that its impact on the recreation. Not other comments. No. Okay. Do you want to comment on that?
I believe that this deals with the ridge line as opposed to necessarily inside the neighborhood.
Right.
Inside the neighborhood should be discounted, but when we're looking at variance for the ridge line, the question was it during the balloon test visible enough, so that it significantly impairs the sight line, if you will, and the recreational nature. And I believe it did, but I can't attest necessarily to 130 level because I was focused more on the 150. But I do remember being able to see not just the 150-foot balloon, but all three of them: the 130, the 150, and the 170. So, yeah,
and there's also the questions that when we weigh these things back and forth, because this is, I mean, our job as a zoning board of adjustment is to act as an institutional relief valve, right? So we have to balance the general interest of the public with the specific interest of the applicant, and weigh those two things against each other in order to determine whether relief from the written ordinance is justified. And one aspect of that here is not just the visual impact, the visual impact in the context of whether this particular cell phone tower is needed. So if it was if the need was extremely high, then the tops for visual impact would also be higher. If the cell tower is not as needed in this location, then one is more justified in saying you don't need that visual impact in that location. Now, hearing several people sort of agreed with that general line of argument. So then we can forward the argument from our first variance and skip the things that relate specifically to the to the height. That is, it's substantial that changes the neighborhood. Well, that's we can simply say that because we have evidence that this location is not absolutely necessary, that the visual impact of the tower above the ridge line is not justified. That would be one way to say that. Do you want to comment on that, adjust it, or disagree with it? Well, okay, if there's no further comment on that, we'll move on to the second one. You don't have to agree with that when you vote. You can determine whether or not. Substantial justice is because any loss of individual is not outweighed by a gain. In this case, substantial justice would be done. We're looking at granting the variance, so substantial justice is done to the public and to the applicant by the presence of this thing, because it provides coverage, it provides value to everyone concerned in the context of it being needed. If it's less needed, then that value, question is, can it be provided by some other source? So, so if the location is not the only feasible place for the desired service, then there's no particular gain to the public by use of this location in comparison to another, but the loss of the unique rural and remote character violates the spirit of the zoning ordinance. That's what we said in the first ordinance, variance request. So if now you can vote against that, so but that would be wording for this particular thing. Values of the surrounding properties are not diminished. We come back to the same question we had before. In this case, of course, the surrounding properties are those that are a little close in. One could ask the question whether the properties out are, the evidence would indicate that once at 200 feet away from the tower, it's very hard to substantiate a drop in property values. But inside that 2,400 feet, there is substantiation for property values, which means we bring this also forward. The as Usos convincingly demonstrates that homes within 2,400 feet the cell tower will sustain a loss in value between 2 and 9%. The study focused on the effects based on distance from the cell tower. Using more than 23,000 sales over 17 years in Mobile, Alabama, conducted by the University of Southern Alabama, a disinterested third party, and so is more comprehensive and mathematically rigorous than the studies submitted for the two in New England towns. I can give you that wording in detail later. Fifth point is literal enforcement result in unnecessary hardship because owing to the special conditions of the property, and in the case, if location is uniquely suited, optimally suited for providing the, and we deny the variance, and we don't deny, and we don't grant the variance, and hardship is given to the individual. We argued that this location is not necessary and therefore not uniquely optimal. Yes.
Right now, if I'm correct, King Pine has an alternative setup that provides the service, and they want to remove that and put this tower in. I don't think the heart's there in large part, and I think by us looking at this and granting it, I personally think we should go forward with that because I think other alternatives need to be looked at.
Okay. Yeah, as a matter of process, of course, we don't have that complete as far as the town is concerned, but yeah. Okay. So, and as we said before, if conditions, that condition as well as the second aspect of the hardship, which is normally the purpose is a reasonable one, if we don't establish hardship based on those two criteria, then it defaults, to hardship if only location service can be provided. So there we have our general argument. Are we ready to formulate a motion? Yeah. Okay. So let's move to deny the variance because it significantly impacts the rural, how do we say that? Yeah, the rural ambiance of the area, location, the rural, nature of the area, seconds, the location is not necessary. To provide this service. And thirdly, it negatively impacts property values in the area around the tower. You want to add?
Not granted is not granted. Not granted unnecessary.
Well, okay.
Sure. And add at the end that not granting this variance does not create an unnecessary hardship because there is no
Okay, so have you heard the motion adequately to vote? I need to hear it again. Okay, Kate, can you hear the motion when you got it? Nature.
Around. Okay, move to deny the variance because it significantly impacts the rural nature of the area. The location is not necessary to provide this service, and it negatively impacts property values in the area around the tower. And not granting this variance does not create an unnecessary hardship because the location is not optimal.
Okay. Need to yep.
so move.
Sharon was George seconds. Okay, I'll vote last. Okay.
My vote is aye. I voted nay had it not had the information about the service.
Yeah. Okay. He voted yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so we deny those variances. Now, I think before we close off, then we need to have a discussion as a board, for the record, on aspects of the issue of the TCA to our decisions. TCA does provide some restrictions on how local boards can impose their zoning ordinances. Applies to the board as well as the zoning board. And those things affect two things. One is the health and safety issue. That is not an issue for us. Just this is the board to just go on record as agreeing that we have evidence that was presented shows that the maximum radiation levels provided by the tower as presented at 150 feet were at a maximum of 14% of the maximum permitted was then what's that term? Tim, what's the term? Maximum permitted radiation anyways, just yeah it's MPE, maximum permissible exposure. There we go. Yeah, so we at 14%. So that health and safety standard does not come into question. So, and we have not argued anything other than that. No evidence was provided us that the tower would exceed those TCA guidelines. So we're within the TCA guideline, health and safety. The other issue, though, is we effectively pivoted the only feasible location for a cell phone tower, and I think it's worth just agreeing as a board that we from a process we don't have the information from the planning board that would have informed us as to whether or not it's feasible location. Okay. Okay, so that's the first point. The second point is because there were two other cell phone towers in process of application whose coverage we reviewed and was verified by our independent engineer contracted that there was sufficient coverage provided along 153 for 7 miles of distance that was not where there was no coverage, that was a complete coverage by the other two towers, where this 7 miles, only 0.25 miles was covered by this particular application. So point of that, if the board agrees that we have not done anything to limit what would be the yeah, right. We haven't prohibited, the sole what's the technical term, Tim? Limited the feasible plan. So therefore, our vote to deny 2 of the variance requests are, at least at our initial evaluation, respect the guidelines of the TCA. Does anybody wish to add to that? Do you want to comment on that? We agree on? Oh yeah, the TCA is a telecommunications of 1996 federal law that does guide for the fact that coverage must be provided, and therefore we can't prevent, effectively prohibit coverage when needed. Okay, so I need to read our. Just a second. I need to grab my. If one wishes to appeal, there we go. Yep. Yep. Wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date of this notice, one being the date of decision. That's tomorrow. The necessary first step before any appeal taken to a higher court is applied to the Board of Adjustment for rehearing. The motion for rehearing must set forth the ground which you will base your appeal. Board members are advised to refrain from discussion of the appeal with other board members and all parties appeal until appeal periods have expired. And I would add that in the event, because the process for the town is not complete, in the event the town should conclude that this is the only feasible location, then that establishes the material difference in the situation, which means that if the appeal period has expired, a reapplication is feasible. Thank you. We're going to take a 3-minute break and then start up again. So those of you who don't want to be here for the next round can depart, and those of you who are here for the STR cases can join us. Do we need this? Can you hear me okay? If you can hear me, well, actually, you need it though, right? I'll go ahead and do this. Okay, so Kate, you want to introduce this? We're doing 2313. Okay, so
Get all my crap together. Case 2313, rehearing of Zoning Board of Adjustments, February 19th, 2025 decision, requested by Matt Johnson, Esquire, Divine Millet and Branch, PA, agent for Chad and Brittany Ardenazzi, and Aaron and Tiffany Kleinmeyer, 13 Lucerne Drive, tax map 103, lot 060, to determine whether or not to limit them to 61 short-term rental days a year. I sent out certified mails on May 7th. I sent one out to the Ardenazzi May 12th. Everything's posted, and it was in the Call Me Daily Sun on May 8th.
okay,
I'm
thank you.
certified.
So this is a rehearing. So we're effectively starting this formally. We're starting it over. So Jennifer, you're being elevated. Let's see. Yeah. So and we have right. Okay. So let me ask the question. Is there any conflict of interest, Doug? Jennifer?
No.
Sharon?
No.
No? No. Okay. And yes, just so you're aware, as one of the reasons why we're doing this is so that as you have given us a consistent series of arguments for each case, we want you to have in the record a consistent series of arguments, because these have been spread out over months and we've given arguments here and arguments there, and so we want to make them all even. That extent that they apply evenly, but just so you know. So okay, so you can make your case, you can make a summary case, you can however you, I mean.
What's that? Yeah, perfectly fine. Thank you. Good evening. Matt Johnson on behalf of the Artisan and Climbers at 2313. This is on for rehearing. As I just by way of background, remember the court found that this was a grandfathered use. It came back to the ZBA. The ZBA employed a formula based on data provided at prior hearing and came up with a ruling that the Artisanis could use the property for short-term rentals for no more than 61 days. The motion for rehearing was focused on the fact that it is my belief that under the ordinance and controlling law that once you find that it's a pre-existing use, there is no ability for the ZBA to limit the ability to do that use to a certain number of days. Prior to the zoning ordinance changing in March of 2022, the ability to short-term rental your property was limited. And so the use has not changed, the use has not expanded, the use has always been short-term rentals. And the fact that the court has already ruled that it's a pre-existing use, it would be our position that for any of these ones where there's been a limitation set, that the ZBA erred, and that's the primary reason. I've included in all the motions rehearing the constitutional arguments, which I will not go through them again unless you had a question. You had them, but for the decisions where the motions were, I'm going to blur hearings just for efficiency purposes. But 3 of the 4 motions for rehearing all had granting of the appeal with specific day limitations. And so this argument I'm making now applies equally to 2313, 2315, and 2318, all of which it's the same exact argument. And so I understand your reasoning of wanting to be consistent across the platform, but those 3 from a rehearing basis are the same. And the argument is that if it's a pre-existing use, it was a pre-existing use with no limitation whatsoever built in either at common law or in the zoning ordinance before it changed, that the ruling should be that they are pre-existing use and they're allowed to use the short-term rentals however they want. And again, that's for 2313, 15, and 18. The rehearing on 2319 is a purely constitutional argument, but when we get there, I want to make us one or two points just to be clear for the ZBA.
That's fine. All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking to this? No. Okay. So all right. Then let me respond briefly, and in the process, invite the board to speak into this. I will summarize our arguments. You've heard some of these before, but we do want to cycle back, and particularly because you've said there's no wording in the RSA or in our ordinance that limits, but we actually take exception with that. So RSA 674:19 specifically states the zoning ordinance shall apply to any alteration of use. So it quoted, a zoning ordinance adopted under RSA 674:16 shall not apply to existing structures or to the existing use of any building. It shall apply to any alteration of a building for use, for a purpose, or in a manner which is substantially different from the use to which it was put before the alteration. So we feel that that's wording which allows us to examine the manner in which STR was used and apply that a limitation based on that. And our Article 1.3c of the Madison zoning ordinance specifically allows a limitation of use in the wording any land use to the extent existing at the time of the passage of this ordinance, but not conforming thereto, shall have the privilege of continuing in such use indefinitely, or reestablishing in such use within a year after any discontinuance. So once again, it's specifically limited to the extent existing at the time of the passage. Then we actually already, in one of the other cases, listed arguments that you've seen, but I will just summarize them briefly and invite the board to make comments on any of these things. So, New London Land Use Association versus New London ZBA in 1988 established 4 conditions under which pre-established non-conforming use may be expanded, which assumes, of course, that it was somewhat limited before. All of which must be met in order for non-conforming use to expand, although there's only one of those 4 conditions that particularly applies to this case or is particularly relevant, and that is, as we heard from public testimony and also from Police Chief King, while he was still police chief, he submitted to the board a report covering the period January 22 through March of 24, which detailed all the complaints involving parking violations and noise, a number of which involved short-term rentals. During the ZBA meetings in November 15, 2023 and June 19, 2024, testimony was given of complaints of noise and parking violations at short-term rentals. That is evidence that short-term renters at times do not comply with the owner's requirements to abide by parking regulations and to limit loud noise at night. It is therefore reasonable that the ZBA conclude that expanding non-conforming use beyond its historically established levels can have a substantially different and negative impact on the neighborhood. And the ZBA is therefore within its authority to restrict non-conforming use to its established level to prevent an increase in demonstrated negative impact on the neighborhood. And of course, that kind of testimony has no bearing on whether or not a pre-established non-conforming use has the right to that, but it does have bearing on whether or not we can limit to that. So, and then additionally, the town of Salem versus Wixom in 2001 established the fact that an accessory use cannot become the primary use, which further justifies a limitation of usage to the previously established practice for a property, so that homes which have been occasionally rented by owners on a short-term basis and which have the status of a pre-existing non-conforming use may not be turned into a full-time short-term rental property. So comments from the board, those are arguments which we put forth in previous cases, so I just read them. Any other? Okay.
Can I be heard on those 2 points?
I'm sorry.
Can I be heard on those two?
Yes, of course.
I mean, just so a couple points on that point, just for the record. I don't believe there's been evidence in any of the cases that any of my clients have had any impact of either police or noise. There was one very first case, the Medeiros case, and they withdrew their administrative appeal. But putting that one aside, I don't believe there's ever been actual evidence that any of the renters of any of my clients who are appealing these administrative appeals had either noise violations or parking violations. So I don't believe that's in evidence. And there's also no evidence and testimony before the ZBA that any of the applicants are looking to convert their properties into full-time short-term rental uses. They all have testified that they use the property for themselves a period of time as well. And so that I don't think that primary accessory to primary use is factually accurate based on the presentations that have been made on the cases that have been heard or are now before the board for rehearing. So I just make those 2 points.
Yeah, of course. We're not specifically accusing your clients as being those who had violations or that they necessarily want to. You've asked whether or not the board has a justification for limiting the days that pre-existing short-term rentals can be used, and the answer is these are the reasons why we believe the board has the right to do that. Of course, as the board, the whole point is that we're a constitutional safety valve between the public being overrun by unnecessary regulation and other neighbors being overrun by, scofflaws. I'm not implying that your clients fit in either one of those negative categories, but we try to operate off a consistent basis. So does anyone on the board want to respond to those comments? Okay. Yeah. I will summarize some of our arguments. You've listed a series of constitutional arguments, which, like I said, we kind of want to get the summary of our Constitution. I invite the board. I'm going to just kind of outline this, and if you as a board want to add things to it, then go ahead. First of all, the legislative body of the town does have the right to regulate land use, right? So, which is, and this town voted in 2022 to limit transient use of the property. And you've contended that that is ambiguous. The town recognizes that owners have rights, and the big three, so to speak, is to live on the property, rent their property, and sell or transfer the property, right? Thus, when an ordinance places a legally valid restriction on the use of the property, such as a transient occupancy, that cannot and does not apply to the owner, but is limited, to rentals, even if the word does not appear there. So I don't think that is actually that vague. That being the case, the ordinance is not unacceptably vague because it applies to all individuals equally, except those who, as owners, have the right to reside at their own property. And B, the ordinance does not discriminate against any class of individual and no way violates the Privileges and Immunities Clause because the ordinance makes no distinction other than assuming the owner's right to use their own property within the legally established use limitations granted by the RSA. And similarly, there's no violation of equal protection because the ordinance makes only the distinction based on the use of the property, not character of the individual or a class of individual. And our ordinance has a purpose which guides due process stated in Article 1.1, which is, to quote, the zoning ordinance by application and provision of state law seeks to protect existing property owners against a new use nearby which may be incompatible and undesirable and also damaging to existing owners' present property by lowering its desirability and value. All present uses may continue. Thus, the ZBA exists as a constitutional safety valve to consider in due process, of which this deliberation is a part, to balance the owner's rights and the authority of the local legislative body to regulate land use. And we noticed your argument for under the dormant commerce clause, and have a hard time figuring its relevance, because if dormant commerce clause deals with goods, rentals are not goods, but if it applies, then it's almost self-defeating, because commercial activity is specifically prohibited in Edelweiss, and it's not among those that are allowed in the rural residential district. So anyway, so we basically don't understand why the dormant commerce clause would seem to have an application here. So that's a very short summary of our response to your constitutional arguments. So I invite the board, if anybody wants to make any other comments on that.
There was just one other thing that I have here, which is a pre-existing non-conforming use cannot just be expanded. You can't change it into conformity. You can't. I'm not sure I'm explaining that quite right, but we actually you can't kind of make non-conforming conform in expansion to expand it.
Right.
You know.
That's
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, that was the idea, is that you can make non-conforming more conforming,
Right.
or less non-conforming, but
Yeah.
expanding its use into is general. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I'm not being clear, and I'm sorry that probably hasn't helped anyone out
your
there.
Your point is well taken. The point is that we can't make it less non-conforming, and therefore that's one of the justifications
For limiting.
it to its current use level.
Yes.
Right.
Joe, I also want to make the point that we try to think of the owners when we set their limits that were higher than they had proved to us. So if they had proved to us that they had rented it 50 days, for example, we said 61 days. So we've given them a break of the number of days that they can rent their property.
Right. Yeah. We weren't trying to be ornery. We weren't trying to be ornery. We were trying to be, allow for the fact that, the calculations might not be exactly precise, et cetera. Yeah, right. So what we do intend to do is bring forward from the original hearing the data that you provided, so that the limitations could be calculated on the same basis. Since these are appeals of administrative decision, there's no specific process by which we have to go through criteria like we do for the variances. But like I said, we wanted to make sure that we are able to get a good summary of arguments to you, even if they're not extensive. They they should be relatively clear. Anybody want to add anything else to that?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Okay. So I don't have. Well, I do have, but I don't have it in front of me. How does the board feel? Do you, having heard Mr. Johnson, do
we feel there's a basis for an
For-
administrative appeal, or?
Well, the question is, do we want to relax the limitations? I mean, his request basically is to relax the limitations completely. Okay. So if that's the case, then what we could do at this stage is basically make a motion to, and we can move through some of these cases relatively. I didn't hear you.
To deny the appeal.
To deny the appeal and continue.
Or to that, or we can change the
Well, the consequences are that what we have done is we have heard, well, we gave Mr. Johnson an opportunity to clarify his case, which he's provided us ground for. We've provided ourselves with ground to clarify the case. Then we can provide the same or a different restriction, and then it's up to him whether he wishes to appeal that to the Housing Board or to the Superior Court.
My question is, we took each individual and modified to their, we thought, yeah, their level of renting, and in no way we wanted to hurt them in their respective way of doing it. And we've increased it by, I don't know, 10 or 15%. And I think, as you pointed out, these people have rented correctly. We've been handed back in March this fact that you cannot do short-term rentals going forward after March of 22. And these people have fallen into a situation that obviously the court didn't like our first time. So we were basically back to them. What the history was plus. And I guess I don't know what we much more to do. I guess it felt good to us in terms of we're justifying I don't know what else.
Do you have the decision letter? Original case. Oh, this is it. Right on top. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, at a certain time, certain things.
The only comment I'd like to make is that non-conforming uses are usually considered adverse, right? To make something even more adverse is kind of going against zoning ordinances to begin with. The other thing is that when you're considering through grandfathering and some of the other issues, whether or not an individual can change, expand, or do something different with their property, one of the things you have to consider, and you brought this up, is any additional adverse impact on the neighborhood. It's my opinion that the impact on a neighborhood of someone who rents 2 weeks a year is set and has been doing that consistently for 15, 20 years, whatever it is. It's set at a bar. Then change that and say, no, now you can change your mind and rent it unconditionally, all year long. That will impact on the neighborhood. It changes the comings and goings of the amount of traffic, changes the nature of that particular neighborhood, and it has an adverse impact on that neighborhood. Now, somebody who has rented a house over the last 10 years on average 100 days or more, that's a different impact on that neighborhood. But again, change that and say you can rent it 305 days a year, it has an adverse impact. Yeah, as short-term rental. It changes the abutter's perception and comfort level. It does a whole lot of things. It becomes a substantially different effect. Done.
Kate, did we have a list of findings of fact specifically for this? Not specifically, no. Okay. Do is I want to move the record from 2313. What is this case number 25? Oh, we're just keeping it still 13. Okay, so that is automatically part of the record, right? So then, what we would do is we would like to add to the record the the statement that we've read, which would then become part of the record of all of these cases, which gives our arguments for, well, I say all the cases, the ones for extending, I have that, gives us all the arguments, constitutional and for relation for cases that hold grandfather clause, and of course that part would be necessary. But we'll include this with that, and you know, if you guys have further questions, we can move to, you know, yeah. Well, I would suggest that what we would move simply to grant once again in accordance with the court order the status of a pre-existing non-conforming use with the same limitation that we had before, which was I believe 6 days a year, 61 days. Looking at 15, I set that as I've got too many papers. I just read it. Anyway, so okay, so I would entertain a motion. We just did that, right? You got it? Just basically does the same thing with our arguments here. Do you have any questions or comments before we? Yep.
I understand the process. I just want to make one point on the
Yes.
privileges and immunity and commerce clause. One of the factors CBA may be overlooking is the fact that some of these owners do reside out of Massachusetts, and that's what implicates the Dormant Commerce Clause and privileges and immunities. The new zoning ordinance, you can only do short-term rentals if you are occupied, and that has an impact, a disparate impact on people who live at a further distance and out of state, and there have been courts that have struck down such limitations. So I put you on notice. I do think the privileges and immunities clause and the Dormant Commerce Clause may have an impact here. I know the ZBA disagrees with it, and you guys are free to make whatever decision you want, but you're a little confused what the basis of the argument, so I wanted to give it a little more explanation. Because it's basically disadvantaging out-of-state owners of property.
I understand that. What I didn't grasp was, does our zoning or limit it to owner occupied?
You can't do short-term rentals at all in Madison unless it's owner occupied.
Right.
As the point being, but
New people, not your people. Your people are grandfathered.
but some of my people don't have grandfathering status. And so the point being that the owner occupied limitation effectively violates the immunity clause and the commerce clause for anybody who owns property and lives out of state, like a functional null, be able to exercise that right to short-term rental property. Now again, so just to give you a little more of what that argument is.
Okay, and a response to that would be that that short-term rental clause, would you pull that up, Sharon? It usually applies to people who live in the state of New Hampshire, live permanently in Madison, as well as those who live out of. So I still fail to see how the out-of-state thing, because that there's no provision in the ordinance which specifically exempts people from one state or another. I hear what you're saying, but yeah, I mean, where they own property, its second home is totally irrelevant. Well, right, no, that's true. The how do you put it? The privileges and immunity clause is. I mean, I understand what you're trying to get at. I don't see that our ordinance is written in such a way that it can be construed to differently to someone who lives in Massachusetts as opposed to someone who lives in New Hampshire. As long as they own Do you, Mr. Johnson, do you know where that is exactly in our ordinance that you refer to, the owner-occupied thing? Yeah, I believe, but you're not, yeah, we go to the definitions. There we go. That may apply to those who, not short-term rentals, but to those who are look under bed and breakfast, those who no definitions of, because there was a condition on bed and breakfast.
Private owner-occupied residence with guest rooms, but that's a bed and breakfast, not a short-term rental.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. If that's the clause we're referring to, we're not talking about the same thing as we're talking about transient rental of dwelling unit. I'm sorry, what?
So when we
The ordinance we talk about constantly about March 22. Where is it? What is it?
it's
yeah.
in the permitted use, I think. Right, I'm having a hard time. Farms with single with accessory, multiple housing, home occupations, special exceptions to stables. Page 16, you said? Page 16.
Okay, so we can look in the back under the changes for March 22, and you'll see where that is. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Dwelling unit, single family house. No, I don't.
Well, they were just added to the definitions. That's all.
Yeah. That's all we did was add definitions.
Single family house, dwelling unit, sanitation.
We added definitions. We
Mhm.
didn't change any.
So Mr. Johnson, just if the limitation is to a bed and breakfast, which is owner occupied, that's part of our definition, then that doesn't affect those who are renting their house out on a short-term basis. Now, obviously, only those who have pre-established non-conforming use, would be able to do that. Yeah. Okay. So, well, we get, okay, we can add to our comment here.
Just for point of clarity, how are you adding to it? I mean, am I getting a new note of decision? I'm trying to figure out the process.
Yeah, we'll give you,
I would think we have.
yes, we will include in the minutes of tonight this stuff. In fact, if it's convenient, we could just put it right in the letter of decision. That would give you our responses.
Understand.
And then you have that, and we will do everything we can to be as consistent with this, although it's possible, of course, as we interact on these things, that your arguments might change slightly and ours may change as well, but trying to be as consistent with each other as possible. So
I ask that because depending on what the board wants to do, I think that, I'm obviously reserving my rights, but that process can apply to a series of cases.
Right.
Yes, so, okay, so in the interest of efficiency, if we want to say, well, tonight we could just apply this argument, same thing to the next two cases because they are the same thing, and it would simply apply, assuming that we vote on that, it would apply the same restriction that was applied before. It would provide you those, and then we can just process.
Just to help you, 2313, 2315, and 2318 are all substantially similar, and all were the appeals were granted with varying restrictions on the number of days.
Right.
So I would submit that the arguments that you guys have made, whether I agree with them or not, you guys are probably inconsistent. You're going to make the same ones.
Right.
That would apply to 15 and 18.
Yes.
2319 is on appeal, but that it had no history of pre-existing rental, so that is purely on the constitutional
Right.
arguments,
Right.
which you've expounded upon anyway. But I'm just saying 2319 is probably a slightly different.
Yeah, we would probably.
Letter.
Slightly different letter for you, yeah.
Right.
That deals only with the constitutional piece of it
Right.
and has no days attached to it.
Correct.
Well, I think I will simply add to this note here, Kate, that, well, maybe I'll just make it, yeah, 0.6 here, yeah. Madison, guys, help me out here. I'm going to write something like this, the Madison zoning ordinance. Does not,
What are you trying to say?
well, we wanted to avoid the, we don't have a limitation on short-term rentals that's related to being owner-occupied.
Oh, correct.
Right. So, not,
Madison zoning ordinance does not have
yeah,
a paragraph that applies
a clause,
for the clause. but
yeah, that applies,
Owner-occupied
to,
properties.
well, it does, it's a bed and breakfast, owner-occupied short-term rental. Well, of course, we don't say short-term rentals, to
Anyway.
owner-occupied transient rentals. Transient rentals, yeah, for
'Cause those would be
owners
considered
of property,
bed and breakfast.
yeah, owners of property that are pre-existing short-term rentals, pre-existing non-conforming short-term rentals. That only applies to, what's the word one use? Bed and breakfast, you have to have a special exception.
Special exception.
To bed and breakfast with a special exception.
Is it special exception or is it?
Okay, so we'll add that to them, to the list there. Okay, so then, can we, okay, we do, Kate, how
We
did
have
we
to
write that
open the other
motion?
cases?
I'm gonna write, do we, any other discussion? Well, I think we can close this one up and then just handle those next two. Well, okay, you want to just, that's a good point.
For the sake of this discussion, that was Johnson's point.
I think, I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but I think you could probably just vote on each case. You've
Yeah.
sort of set your, you've set
Right.
your framework. I think you could just probably cleaner from a minute standpoint to have a vote.
Yeah, open each case individually, vote, and
But
just bring the
I
information
have no
forward.
objection for you just
Yeah,
saying for the reason.
Yeah, you don't have a procedural objection, yeah, that's right, you're limited to the substance, right, okay. So let's vote on this one. Oh, well, it's a good point. We haven't technically closed the public hearing, which we can do and then take a vote. Well, we did ask earlier if anyone wished, yes. Okay, so move to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, let's vote. On the motion that's on the floor.
Can you read
Read
it out
it-
loud
read it again.
into a microphone, Kate, so we can hear you, please? Your voice doesn't come very clear.
Motion to grant status of pre-existing non-conforming use with same limitation of 61 days.
All in favor?
Who seconded? Who seconded?
Oh, who seconded? Doug did.
Doug did.
Doug. Okay, let's just do a roll call vote. Doug?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous, okay. So Kate, let's open the next case. Which is 15.
Yeah, 2350.
In the decision.
All right. Case 2315, rehearing of zoning board of adjustments, February 19th, 2025 decision requested by Matt Johnson, Esquire, Divine Millet and Branch, PA. Agent for Keith and Allison at Kellerman, 21 Haven Road, tax map 128, lot 21, to determine whether or not to limit them to 69 short-term rental days a year. Mailings went out, certifieds went out on May 7th, postings went out on May 7th, went in the paper, on the Conway Daily Sun on May 8th, and everything came back. I mean, everything is good, except for I did get one back that they refused to pick up certified mail.
They refused? Yes. Well, I guess we can speak that one then. Okay, conflict of interest? No. No, okay. So, regional impact? No. No, okay. All right, so, if it's okay with you then, Mr. Johnson, we'll just follow that procedure. We will simply bring forward the same arguments that you made with the same arguments we made, and then we'll close the public hearing and vote in a similar way to,
I would just want to ask if anybody wants to make a
yeah,
comment.
does anybody need to make a comment from the public? Okay.
You said 69 days.
Yes, in this case, the, yes, the limitation is 69 days. Do you, okay, all righty, so, that's, okay, so,
To close the public hearing.
yeah,
Is there a second?
okay.
Jennifer second.
Jennifer second, all in favor of
favor?
closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Okay. Then can you, Kate, can you just read the same motion with the new names and the new limitation is 69 instead of 61?
Did you say 69?
69.
Motion to grant status of pre-existing non-conforming use with same limitation of 69 days, and that's for case number 2315.
Okay. Any,
So moved.
All right, who made it?
Sharon.
I'm
Sharon,
trying to
I'll
read this
second.
stuff.
Okay.
Sharon made it, Drew seconded it.
Yep. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay. 2318 passes with us.
2315.
That was 15.
15, I'm
Yep,
sorry.
no, that's all right.
Moved ahead, 2318 now we'll take. Will you read the opening and then I'll read all the
Case 2318, rehearing of zoning board of adjustments, February 19, 2025 decision requested by Matt Johnson, Esquire, Divine Willamette and Branch, PA, agent for Matthew Petty and Jennifer Swift, 70 Skyline Way, tax map 205, lot 48, to determine whether or not to limit them to 181 short-term rental days a year. Postings, mailings went out on May 6th on this one. They were posted in town on the 7th, and they were in the Daily Sun on the 8th of May. And I have no issues with certifieds.
Okay. Conflict of interest? No. Okay. Regional impact? No. Okay. So, anyone in the public need to speak to this case? Okay. Then, Kate, we will bring forth all the information from 2318 into this current. Well, I guess it is automatically brought forward because it's the same case number.
Same case.
Right. And the only difference is that this one is going to be restricted to 181 short-term rental days a year.
Make a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Okay, that
Who's
was
second?
Jennifer.
Sharon and Jennifer.
All right.
All
So
in
would
favor?
you? Well, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Public hearing is closed. Let's go ahead and read the motion with the new names and dates. 181 days.
Motion existing non-conforming use, same limitation of 181 days. That's for case number 2318.
A second. So moved.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
Move first.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay. So let's just take a moment here for cases 23, 13, 15, and 18. If one wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date of this notice, day one being the day after the date of decision. Since this is the rehearing, then you are free to proceed to a higher court. What's that? That's 13, 15, and 18. Right.
Make sure I heard you say
Right.
15 and 18, so.
Okay, so now we have 19. I'm going to suggest, I know it's a quarter to 10. Let's. Yeah, I really want to try and get to that. The question is,
2319 is Mr. Burns had a purely constitutional argument. You guys have made your constitutional points.
yeah,
I
and
don't
you,
see why you can't handle that in the same process. It would be a
Right.
cleaner break for me logistically if you guys acted on all the motion for rehearing tonight.
yes, it would
That
be.
gets us like a
Right,
block,
let's,
and
yeah, let's just,
then I agree the
let's
same
open
process.
the case and then continue the discussion briefly. Okay, Kate, can you read?
Yep.
19?
Case number 2319, rehearing of zoning board of adjustments, February 19th to 2025, denial of an appeal from an administrative decision is requested by Matt Johnson, Esquire, Divine Willamette and Branch, PA, agent for Brian Burns, 1 Oak Ridge Road, tax map 109, lot 87, to determine whether or not his circumstance allows for short-term rentals relating to a denial from Robert Boyd, code enforcement officer, dated August 30th, 2023, as to Article 4, Section 4.6A of the Town of Madison zoning ordinance. Certifieds went on May 7th. Postings were done on May 7th. In the Conway Daily Sun on May 8th.
Okay, so.
Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
And I did get one just returned back. Our address in our avatar, our tax bills go out, has the address that I sent it to. Came back with a yellow sticker on it with a different address, but that is not where we mail a tax bill to. So I don't know if they changed their address and did not notify the town, but that's my discrepancy with that one. we mail their tax bill to Florida. When I got this back yesterday, on the 19th, there was a sticker on there saying 34 Edelweiss Drive. So, but they're getting their tax bill in Florida. So I don't know if maybe they have a 6-month address here in the summer. I don't know. I've never had this happen before, so,
I see. Well,
yeah.
Well, the only person that's going to give us trouble is Mr. Johnson.
And what I mailed this to is the address that's on.
Yeah.
Well, that
okay.
address is the address on our where we mail our tax bills to, so if they haven't notified us that they've changed their address, then how are their taxes getting paid? So
Yeah,
that's my,
okay. Well, if you don't
that's
have an
my
objection, then
theory.
We're just going to put it in the record and deal with it.
Yeah, it seems like a reasonable effort to provide notice.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Yeah. Okay. So, conflict of interest? No. No?
No.
No, okay.
Nope.
Regional impact?
No.
No. Okay. So, you did comment that you wanted to make a couple of adjustments and strengthening points.
They've all been made previously in the underlying discussions. Nothing new that needs to be added for this one. I just wanted to be clear with the ZBA that this was, you granted the rehearing off of a denial.
Right.
This was there's no history of prior rental use, so it's a slightly
Right.
different
Slightly
decision
different.
for you guys, but format-wise of how you proceeded on the motion rehearing, I think could be handled the same way, just, I wanted to be clear,
Right.
no,
Well, the
no.
point was we wanted
Correct.
to match the consistency of your arguments with
Understood.
the consistency of our responses.
Understood.
Right, okay. Somebody moved to close the public hearing?
Second. All in
Doug and
favor?
Sharon? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Can you, we will need to revise the motion slightly because this, what we want to do, Kate, with this one is we want to bring our arguments, the consistent arguments into the record. And since there was no change in the findings of fact or anything like that, we will just stand on those as before. And move to deny the appeal. Based on
Original reasons.
our, okay, so when we bring our arguments forth, Kate, we will eliminate the section on, the limitation. But I'll make sure you've got that. Okay, so then we
Just move to deny the.
remove to deny the appeal.
Is that a motion?
Well, we need to be fair, we need to say,
Because
yeah, we need to say,
there's no new evidence
There's-
to indicate.
yeah, we just used the same wording as before. The zoning board adjustment, let's see, move to deny the appeal administrative decision by a roll call vote of whatever it's going to be because there is no evidence of rental after 2013, more specifically in the year prior to the posting of the new ordinance. So the property does not qualify as a pre-existing non-conforming use, and the Madison zoning ordinance prohibits the transient rental property for periods of 30 days or less.
So you
Just use the old
same-
one, yeah, it's exactly the same. And, yeah, I did.
Second.
Sharon seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. So, once again, if one wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date of this notice. And since this is a rehearing, then you're free to take this to a higher court. Okay, now, we had indicated we wanted to try to 2302. Now let me see if I can find it.
In my case,
Done with me. For now.
for the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
It's actually been a pleasure working with you, Mr. Johnson. Whether we
Don't
agree
say
on
that
these things or
yet.
not, but I'd rather say it now before all these things are decided when we don't have reason to be mad at each other.
Agreeable and disagree substantively. That's allowed.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's how it works. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So
25
we probably have a bit of, we have to open the case formally.
Sure.
I can't guarantee you we're gonna get finished tonight, but we're gonna take a look at it.
That's fine. I think if we can answer one part of it, that determines if I need to show up the next time or not.
Yeah.
Which one are we on?
2302, 2502.
Oh, 2502.
2502. Are you Ethan?
I am.
Okay. So I'll have to swear you in formally, but let's open the case.
I was over there today.
You can sit down for a moment.
It's Ethan. It's a unique, neat house. I was over there this autumn.
Yeah, so I built that whole thing from a wood lot up.
Did you really?
So, very neat.
Yeah.
Did you look in the building? It's a
Well, I didn't know.
timber frame house with sit panel construction.
Yeah. Interesting.
Are we ready?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Shh,
Let's pay
down
attention
there.
so we can get done.
I want to go home. Case number 2502, variance request from Ethan and Laura Lemieux for property located at 269 North Division Road, tax map 229, lot 6, from Article 4, Section 4.5 of the zoning ordinance, permit the construction of a two-car garage within the 30-foot buffer to other wetlands less than 0.25 acres outlined in the chart from the article. I didn't have the article, so. Certifieds went out on May 7th. Oh, sorry. Certifieds went out on May 7th. Posting was done on May 7th. And it was in the Common Daily Sun on May 8th. And I got all my certifieds back.
Okay, good. Conflict of interest? No.
No.
No conflict of interest. Does anybody think there's regional impact on this? No. Do we have, excuse me, this is a waiver request, excuse me, this is a, do we have a certified plot plan?
Yeah, so that's the first question.
Right.
And so the plot plan is certified for my septic design, and then the location of the building, I then
Derek,
do myself with measurements.
Do you want to swear him in?
What's that?
Yeah. Yeah, let me swear, let me,
yeah.
Sorry.
yeah,
There's an answer,
yeah.
Yes,
Please,
swear you in.
I,
Okay.
the minute.
We're so tired.
Okay, so raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So now, you may present your case.
Okay. So the last part of the, I think the article for this is I'm asking for a variance on the plot plan. So it is a certified plot plan, with a septic design, and then I did drawing over that, which should be no more or less accurate than pulling tape measures to plot that septic that would be on the lot. So I used triangulation off 2 points. Did some math, used my scaled ruler, and plotted that. It visually inspected, you can kind of make all the lines work if you're looking at the plot. So first, if this is allowable, going to get a plot plan with the location of the garage certified on it would probably eat into 5 to 10% of the budget of building a garage, because that's going to cost you $3,000 or $4,000.
I was under the impression you don't need a certified plot plan. You need a certified plot plan of your property.
Okay.
You don't necessarily have to have one that has your proposed garage. You can draw the proposed garage on it, right?
I don't even think you had to draw it on here. You could have drawn it on a piece of paper with the same measurements.
This
but-
is helpful.
But this is much, yeah, this is
I
very
figured doing this and giving you photos would alleviate any question there as much as possible.
I'd be willing to accept.
Is it
Last part of the section 2. So then all the orange circles with numbers on which correspond to the photos. That point on your map. Oh, you're- The one committed were this came from off from the link, and then when I the whole application off of that, and copy of this.
this is what we have? So, but it's
It's
okay.
very similar to mine. So. I'm trying to do this. So I have poorly drained soil this spot is 0.2 acres, which gives me a 30-foot buffer. As the article mentioned above, is that
Here, because I took, you had a texture application, but not these, and that
yeah.
has
So this got damaged, and how do you do?
pass them down through, because it's not attached. I took the application about that. That's why.
So right now, this is all poorly drained, created by drainage from the road, which collects water from the opposite property. So this is Adam Shepherd's driveway, and then Bob Smith's driveway is here. It collects water from this location, which all runs down and down and down the side of Adam's driveway, and lands here and pool.
Your driveway?
So that is my right. There's a little road that drains this area on my property. This is the drainage is from there. Only when this ground we have a water table around there. So you can see the trench about feet back here. The one in here is showing the trench they dug at the elevation low enough for the water to run from over
Right,
back.
downhill.
Downhill, exactly. And then what I'm trying to show here is even with the water back here, like 8 and even in the snowmelt, and I redid some of this in the morning the other day with the screw of lines that I cut. Photo 7, this this is poorly drained soil. Snowmelt, this is all drained, and in the morning I went to the same spot. Like, that is low with this elevation. that are pretty close that I have to potentially put a garage, or which you can't. If I pin that to the house, now I have to, if I needed access to the back of the house, I don't really have it. I'd have to drive through poorly drained soil. So the elevation, there's a wall here because I have to build everything above.
Is there room? Yeah, I'm just curious. Is there room?
It full covered. It completely blocks my view of the driveway. So, and the house is built south facing a ton of sunlight through the side of the house. The farmer's porch is set at a right height, so in the summer it shades the whole house. During the winter, the light enters and I get a bunch of solar beams in the house from it. So by pulling it forward, it just kind of disrupts the light and everything on the property is
Here, just to do this.
yeah, at some point you so far away in your garage, you store everything in it and you park in the driveway in one house. If you're not going to haul groceries 75 feet across the yard, if you have this nice
When I was looking at your stakes, for that, doesn't Harvard go down?
correct. So yeah,
My thought is, how are you gonna
deal with. So just like when I,
in the back?
it's going to be a 5.5 foot concrete cross wall. So it'll be just like when I built the house. The footings go almost at grade because there's 18 inches of water table there. I dug the foundation for the house. I came back the next day and there was standing water 2 feet in it. I had to pump it out and bring material back in and basically put the footing at grade. So I'm going to put the footing at grade, go up, and then try and use some slope to
Just put the footing down in the water.
put the footing in the water.
I mean, you can't pour it when it's full, but I mean. Yeah, it was dry,
yeah.
It's not a zone question.
I dug the foundation was August, and it's still in water. I have an 18-foot dug well that always has water in it. Even when we had that drought 3-4 years ago, I could still run the water as much as I wanted. It does. It's just so much water in the ground. If you know North Division Road, it's a dirt road because they have to bring it up 5 feet to keep the water out of it. It's just
That was the best I've ever driven down.
Justin just came through and graded it, pulled the edges up, and then graded it back. By using the concrete wall, I actually don't need to bring up. I don't need, if I was doing a slab, I need a ton of material in slope angles to keep them over. By using concrete wall, I really need to impact much of the roof behind it.
Well, yeah, the building science isn't directly an issue, but the question is, what you're asking for, though, is for a variance to put this garage on the other side of the blue line, effectively, which is your concept.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what. So the solid line is the required setback.
It's the required 30-foot setback from the floor frame.
So the garage would be completely in that 30-foot setback.
Yeah, but because of this very small spot that doesn't frame whatsoever. So if you were to, or I had to go back to a soil scientist and say, can you relook at this most likely based on the evidence it's not going to be poorly drained, then I'm really only 6 feet closer to what is actually poorly drained soil. It's a little subjective when you do this. I kind of try to bob a little bit about it. Use indicating species, they'll use a number of things. If you had a whole canopy enough light for ferns to grow, they're going to grow ground to get some water in it. And that happens to be a spot you're going to get an extra place to grow. So,
That's not even determined. The actual shape of the, you overdrawn a previous line.
some other proposals, like can you put it here? I'd have to up to move a propane tank. Yeah, everywhere else it is impacted by utilities and staff stuff on the property. So this boat-shaped wedge is poorly drained soil. It's got the same hash mark. It's a little hard to see because of all the septic information over it.
So it's a dip.
So it is, on the photos, it is this spot. Let's see so it's this area right here.
So it's a low, it's a dip, so it gets water
Just-
and sitting water in it. Or you
It
just-
doesn't.
Yeah, but it
It's
could.
low.
Yeah, some of it does.
I've owned the property since 2008. It's never pooled water in it. And this is me standing in snow melt while you can see the other, like the poorly drained
Oh, yeah.
mark is running water. So it is,
Yeah.
it's never pooled water. In fact, I forgot it was there until I started pulling this stuff, the building permit, was like, yeah, there's that little spot because it doesn't look like the rest of the plot.
Yeah, it sits up here, you see from 6.
So who did the, made the assessment of the poorly drained soil?
Their name is on here, and if we can't read it, I have the size map, but there's a soil scientist from HEB.
H.E. Bergeron.
Yeah.
Oh,
They hire, at that time, they did not have a soil scientist, so they hired one in as a consultant to do that. Last year now.
Subsurface disposal systems was Eric
I,
Junior or whatever. That's your septic.
Well, this town of Madison has it set up.
Okay,
So-
well, anyway,
yeah, and one, there's the larger, easier. Yeah. Which is amended because they set the floor.
Gus Carter, in 2004.
So really, none of this would actually exist if this property wasn't draining onto mine. If the town were to put a culvert under Adam's driveway, it runs away all over the way anyways. If you, I don't know how you interpret the law a little bit here, but your neighbors are not allowed to drain their property onto your property. And so it's road that catches drainage from Adam's property, so the town puts a culvert in to drain it because you want to drain it away from the road. I bought the property with that drainage in there and knew it was there. It wasn't like it came afterwards on it. It depends on how you want to interpret that law. It may or may not supposed to happen. And this all does run downhill because the outside of Adam's driveway does run down the side of the road until it gets to the stream down below. So it's a driveway that interrupts the flow from.
So there is a
Where's
dip.
Adam's driveway in this road?
Adam's driveway is this one, and then Bob's.
But it's Adam Shack, the driveway, which is acting as a dam, not road drainage.
Correct. Yeah, if Adam's driveway was there had a culvert, it wouldn't pool and then need a culvert crossing the road to.
Wow.
Normally,
Yeah. So from right about down here, it'll drain south under Hedgehog Hill, and then from somewhere on Bob's property, it kind of pools up, and then everything from there would drain north to the beaver pond at the bottom of the hill.
Instead, it stops on its way in your property.
It stops on my way, and because the wells aren't dug deep, have silt and sand, I now, in the last 3 years, have silt and sand 200 feet into the property coming off the road.
Oh, oh.
so
Maybe start there, get that culvert on the road.
let me ask you, since it's getting late,
Yeah.
what else do you need to interact with us over? Because when we probably going to need to continue this in
I'll be here next time. Your time this evening is important as everybody else's, so I will make the time for the next meeting to come.
So what do we need from him next?
This was really helpful to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what we have to do at this point is, we have to finally, findings of fact, then we need to do the analysis based on the 5 criteria. I mean, in principle, it's not necessarily a long process because this isn't overlaid with testimony.
Yeah.
Okay. If I suggest that we continue this and wrap up the meeting, is that suitable for everybody?
You won't get any arguments.
Okay.
Here you go, sir.
Okay.
Mine are the unfolded ones.
Does anyone on the board have a particular question that you'd like answered from Ethan before we go through the formality of shutting down?
No, I think we've already asked him a little bit about why place it here as opposed to anywhere else on the property, so.
Okay.
Perfect spot. I like him.
Yeah. No, when, yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes you go into properties and say, really? But, there was no, everything was dry further back too, so, but nonetheless, I mean.
Yeah, this was
Somebody's microphone is on.
in the midst of that heavy rain the other day. That was me standing in the middle of it. It didn't do anything. And the stream was running that hard. And you can see all the runoff from the road. But it wasn't doing anything, even though there was heavy amounts of water. Yeah, the driveway's open. Take a drive by, take a look at it. Happy to speak more next week.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so,
I make a motion that we continue case 2502 to June 18th at 6 p.m. in Town Hall, Madison Town Hall. Lower level. Lower level.
Yeah.
second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Yeah,
Aye.
everybody, unanimous.
Okay,
We are continued.
this one's continued, okay, so, Kate, if you don't mind, I think we're gonna pass this thing.
We have 3 months worth of minutes.
I would be very happy if you would do that. I'm exhausted. But we have I've taken a break
We're
today.
skipping the minutes.
Well, you saw me, Sharon's on it, it stopped.
Yeah, okay.
Do we have any requirement to have these approved since they're from March? Because I looked at,
I put these on there. I was distracted by, because I was doing stuff anyway.
Yeah, no.
My dog probably had no. I don't think so, I mean,
Well,
we haven't been drafted.
technically, they have to be available for someone who would want them, but the reality is that they're available.
They're in draft form.
Yeah, they're in draft form, so somebody needs,
Drew, you're not here in June, so.
I'm not here in June.
Can we do the May 16th ones, just a page and a half?
Oh, yeah,
Because
let's do that.
You're not
Yeah,
here,
because
I
the
need.
three of us, yeah, let's
to,
go ahead and do that. The phone here,
The one
it's the ones that we just did.
And then we just have to complete with the third reading of the rules, and I think that's it.
Yeah, read those procedures for us, and then we'll wrap up.
We're looking at it. I wasn't here for them.
Oh, okay.
Check Crowley. Oh, wait, they're not May, they can't be May, they gotta be April, because we're in May.
Oh, God, I can't.
I would,
Which ones are we checking, the May
16th.
May 16th,
The little
Jennifer,
one.
because Drew's not going to be here, so we need you to, we need him to at least get that.
You know, I was gonna suggest,
Not in days.
what do you do every 1 month on Wednesday night?
Join us.
Do you need help tearing down?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, if you'd
Yeah.
like to start putting chairs.
I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
We all would, thank you.
Very
Okay.
much.
So you guys go through your notes.
All right.
Okay, so,
We're changing week.
if that's what that would be,
I don't have a post, I mean,
well, I was, you know, the issue was, as we said to Matt Johnson, the records are inconsistent.
Yes.
Because we handled them over a period of time and we wanted to have a consistent record. But he's the one we're gonna be dealing with, so this is not. Yeah, so let's just leave it as it is.
the only ones voting are you, Jennifer, and George.
Right.
So everybody knows.
Okay, so I move to approve the minutes. Second. Favor? Okay, done. Okay, can you read the changes to the procedures, because we need to read them 3 times?
Yeah, I gotta get
Okay.
everybody.
We do it to the last page so we can.
Right. Do we have a copy of that? The changes to the procedures?
They're in the minutes.
Which
They're in the April
Oh, we have-
16th minutes.
It's okay. Trying to figure out where shit is. I think everything I put in my 24 page. No, I do. Package. Yeah.
Okay.
So we actually did, I mean, we did them backwards, but that's all right. So, on the public hearing section of our rules of procedures, last dated November 15th, 2023, on page 5, Drew had noted that we need to switch and make O, N, and N, O. Just switching them around, so everybody knows, and I'll read them out loud.
Where are we?
It's in the minutes, in the page 10 of the April 16th minutes. So that'll just tell you what it is. I'm gonna read it out loud, though, so you know, okay? So what Drew had mentioned was you were going to change your procedure in the actual rules of procedures from, we're going to switch, make O. Right. So the first reading of this is going to be, the chairman shall present a summary of setting forth the facts of the case and the claims made for each side. Opportunity shall be given for correction from the floor. Then it's going to now be, the chairman shall declare the public hearing closed unless a request is made by the applicant to continue the hearing. The board shall review and deliberate the information provided. Then down under number 6 of appeals of our rules of procedure dated November 15th, 2023, last adopted there, we decided to add in, it says number 6, appeals. A motion for rehearing shall be filed within 30 days of a decision by the zoning board. This motion can be filed electronically and followed up with an original. So that's what we did, because we were doing that, because Matt Johnson, it's easier to do it that way. This is the second reading of the rules of procedure.
Yeah. Yes, shall we move to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, no, Drew made the motion. Who wants to second it? You two are right over
John.
Sharon.
No, Doug moved. Doug made the motion.
Gotcha.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, meeting's adjourned.
I don't know where my, I don't know where
It was.
Very surprised.
Well, I thought it was, I think.
Oh, we were gonna do the minutes next month. Do we need to do that?
Say that we're gonna do it?
Yeah, do we need to say that or no? We didn't say
I
it.
think we just.
Yeah, we agreed to it, yeah, just,
Okay. Yeah, I'll put that in there. We agreed to do minutes next month.
right.
Look at that. No one's gonna make us
I
talk
can't even
about that.
find mine.
Right, I can't even.
Let's do them up.
Oh, here they are. Okay.
They're attached to your agenda.
Yeah, where's your?
Scribbled on mine, Sharon. They're towards the end.
Mine are not attached to the agenda.
Huh?
Mine are not attached. I know.
Let's do them up. I think we send them to everybody who needs to. That's my set, but with a piece together with my name.
No, I probably stuck them in another folder. So if you want to send them to me, I'll print them at home to
I
see.
will say the grader,
All right, the original.
grader works really well.
Don't stop. Don't
Seriously,
even-
I will have them for
I've
everybody
never
again
been
at
down
the
North
next meeting
Division
to
Road,
approve. How's
but it's
that?
been smooth,
Again.
perfect. And that's the one that everybody.
Oh, doesn't need to be done. We let it here.
Yeah.
Was it $500,000 smooth?
No, well, they're not paying it.
I didn't say they're paving it.
No, but it,
The grader
Grader
was,
was out.
the grader was $500,000.
oh, every penny was worth it.
Yeah.
I was down to Whitesville Road the other day,
Yeah.
and he was coming the other direction,
Oh, really?
and he never went past Downs Road.
No.
Guess what I hit? A pothole that's this big, and my truck is now in the dealer.
No,
I was riding my bike on Maple Road.
oh my God.
They can't,
Graded, but it wasn't horrible.
they can't use it on my road. The road's not wide.
Your boyfriend?
Yeah. Let's go until Attorney Johnson.
Where do you live? Oh, do you? Okay.
I told him I would get him to
Just put in, thing.
free.
Yeah, I was over there. Yeah.
I don't think the cell
Really,
phone people.
I knocked on the door, two cars were in the driveway. Yeah, I mean, our, no, the process was, yeah. Exactly, you did a great job, because I saw where the carport's gonna be, and where the shed's gonna be. It's really helpful to go out to the place. Yeah.
They'll be due July, at July, it scared me like that.
No, July.
Yeah. Thing is, that's the first thing I was going
But I don't think they're gonna be too bad. It's gonna be half. Over there, and then the third one.
Back there.
Go over there, and I don't know the other one.
Oh, it came from over here. It was,
Oh,
it's against the wall.
Yeah, both my wife and I were in the shower. We thought we heard the talking, the driveway was yeah.
Never be afraid to stop.
So did you return to Sony for a Canon after
I did.
all? Did you?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's okay.
I should say I'm sad.
Oh.
Better off as a Sony.
to get the files extracted off there, it just added an extra step, and I think with the staff that we have, I needed to have something that was just simple, you know?
Oh, you were saying there was that all right. The horse ridiculously slow.
I'll just put it on your little table. That's the last.
Yeah, no, if they start to try to push this should be able to. It came
You
off
want these
there.
just stacked for the moment, or you put them in some place?
Yep, they can go in a bag, actually, just one, any of these bags.
Are they all identical?
Yeah, I think the ones that are out are all the same size, so it's fine.
I've got one, which one we have. I bet we're gonna end up.
Probably.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
There you go. Oh, no, I did that right, good. I didn't take yours.
I think this one was just against the wall. Will you just?
I'll just slide it.
Oh, no.
Don't do it?
No, the janitor's giving them.
Thank you for your help.
Those SCR old cases. What am I doing? I was confused.
If there's a finding of fact.
Way back before the court case? That's what I didn't want to do.
No. The last one.